What is up, everyone? What is up? Happy Sunday. Happy pre-Labor Day. What's everyone up to? Anyone got some fun plans going on? I did just release the YouTube video talking about the Stingray Hunter that we put into a hotspot. I've been playing with that for a few months, so I finally put that up on the tubes. I've already shared it in the past over to TikTok, but the problem with TikTok is not everyone's going to see the video, not everyone's going to be made aware of when the video comes out, so I've been trying to put a lot of my content into the tubes, so that way I can just build a catalog of all the things I'm doing anyway. That and TikTok doesn't allow you to get really in-depth, and I'm just going to be honest, not trying to call out my TikTok audience. I see the analytics. Your attention span is horrible compared to YouTube. The amount of people that are like watching 15 to 30 seconds and then don't even want to watch the full video, or the amount of times I see comments that literally are like, well, what about this? And I'm like, you didn't watch 50 seconds in. Well, what about that? It's about 40 seconds in. Whereas YouTube, I at least have the average viewer of around 4 to 5 minutes. Still not the full video, but enough for you to actually get more of the idea than a TikTok, and TikTok is just horrible. What's up, Ghost Laughing Man? Live and learn. Homie, how's it going? Still feel stupid with my YubiKey. Why do you feel stupid with your YubiKey? But yeah, so I've got a backlog of some content ideas as well as overall just videos. I've got 3 videos. Wait, no. The third one just dropped. So I got 2 videos that are going to be coming out this week on the tubes. Clips will trickle out into TikTok and YouTube Shorts over the next week or 2. That's basically how I've been doing it, because I can do some higher quality stuff that way and break it out into different clips for everyone to watch, and hopefully that entices people to check out the other content. But other than that, it's Sunday. It's pre-Labor Day. I may be on early tomorrow for a Labor Day stream because I don't have work tomorrow, so we'll see about that. I am on earlier than usual because I had enough people from my overseas audience ask if I could do that at least one of the days, because I end up being on what's very late for them. So trying to, you know, be more inclusive to more of the community when possible. And I am eating ice cream right now because I'm a good boy and I deserve a treat. Yes, it is a strawberry bar. It's one of the strawberry Mexican ice cream bars with real strawberry in it. I got the app, but not sure how to get codes on it. Very simple. You hit add, and then you paste in the seed key from your TOTP. So, if you, on many sites, if you look at the QR code image, underneath it'll have an option to manually grab the key. You're going to need to get that string and paste that in. Now, sometimes they will only give you a QR code. So what I do in those cases is I download the QR code, and then I use a program in Linux called ZBar Image, ZBar IMG, and that will actually compute the QR code. So I can show you that. I'm just gonna grab any code that we can actually do. All right, so like yeah, here's what we'll do. Let's see, this little thing should be able to tell me. Okay, we should be able to create a QR code with this. So let's say we want it to go to my links. Okay. Pretty simple. All right, so we're going to have this grab. Now, as you can see, we have the QR code, right? So we're going to download this. Really? You're going to make me do that? Oh, that's what they want. Do that. Okay. So we have frame.png. Okay. And then what I can do, I'm going to go into my downloads folder. Actually going to open up another file over here. So let's grab what we're going to show what it looks like. So this is the QR code I just made right here, right? So this is how some sites go. So then what we can do, we can open ZBar image. Boom. Right there. It actually was able to tell me what was in that image without me having to scan it. Of course, you can always do the end run around that, take a phone, copy and paste, add the YubiKey from there. There's many ways to skin this cat, but there's a few ways to do it. What's up, Twisted Jester? What's up, Molly? But, yeah. So it's not that hard to use the YubiKey. And then, let me see if I got... Do I have a dummy YubiKey I can use over here? I wonder if these YubiKeys are emptied. So I can show you exactly how you can add it from a desktop. Here's the... Okay. This is one of my spare YubiKeys. This should be good enough to just show you. So, you can go over here, and then all you do is you just click add account. The 3 dots, add account. That's all you gotta do. And then that'll ask for a seed, drop it in, boom, done. Pretty straightforward. I'm doing all right. It's the day before Labor Day, and I got a 3-day weekend, so that's pretty nice. I've just been laying in bed for the most of it. Well, until about 10-ish or so. And I was watching YouTube videos and some Crunchyroll and stuff like that. I'm still sore from working out 2 days ago. So I'm taking it easy. My upper body's like still all sore. Because I like to work out until fail. So I end up being really sore. For a couple days after. Same on the workout or same on the exercise on the 3 days off. So, you're asking what's some advice you have for people in the UK and EU because of the chat control and the verification. Well, for one, you're going to have to stop being politically apathetic and actually get involved into your into the civic system and do your civic duty. So that goes without saying. So you're definitely going to have to lean hard on your MPs and MEPs. But with that being said, you'll definitely want to lean more towards VPN to get around those geo blocks. Generally speaking, when it comes to getting around content blocks and still being able to view it, Proton still has the best out of everyone that I've seen. I am affiliated with them, get that transparency out of the way, but they're the only company I've really been able to trust. I used to use like private internet access, but they were bought by Cape Technologies, and Cape Technologies is just not that great. They also have an Express VPN and Ghost VPN, was it CyberGhost? So yeah, Proton, definitely a recommendation. You'll probably want to also educate yourself on Tor browser, because you'll need to probably leverage that if they ever go down the route of blocking VPN. But it's going to be tough. It's a rock and a hard place situation. Would you choose a Microsoft computer or an iPad? I'd still go with the Microsoft computer because you can actually use it as a computer. And it can install Windows Subsystem for Linux. But I can install Linux on that too, just straightforward. You can put Linux on an iPad, on a Surface. I've seen it. I've done it. I had a Surface Pro 3 with Ubuntu on it for a while. Are you also on Twitch? Yes, I am. I'm multicast to 4 different platforms right now. Where are the elders inside of UK and EU so out of touch with everything? Well, it's not just the UK and EU, it's elders everywhere. If you talk about, like, the US is trying to push the same thing. We have, like, 20-some-odd states right now trying to require verification for adult content, but, you know, don't seem to care at all about the Roblox situation. You have, these are just people that are out of touch. The problem overall is that we keep allowing these elder... let me restart this. The problem is being a politician shouldn't be a career. It shouldn't. It should be something that you're allowed the privilege of for a few years, and then you have to go back to regular life. Because the problem is, when you are a career politician, you end up making a lot of these crony deals with different organizations because you need to keep making sure you have fundraising so that you can actually hit your campaign goals and everything like that. But yeah, adult content has always been accessible, so I just don't understand. I don't get it either. The reality is the issue of children coming across adult content is it's really nothing new since we had the magazines. You know, parents would stumble across their kids having dirty magazines and then would have to give them a talk. The problem is parents don't want a parent anymore. And as I've said before, every child deserves a parent, but not every parent deserves a child. And that might be a controversial take to some of you, but there are some crap parents out there that we all know shouldn't be parents, and it creates worse issues for society. What kind of computer should I buy? One that you can afford that'll actually last you a while. It really depends on what you're trying to do with the computer. It's more so a better question than just what computer should I buy. I know right now you shouldn't be buying a Razer. We're going to be watching a video on that. Gamers Nexus apparently has. Why would I be talking about that when most of what I talk about is tech? Tech policy. Maybe once in a while we get into random tangents which end up being politics are dumb, politicians are stupid, they're only out for themselves, and it's a dick measuring contest. I'm also tired of people being keyboard warriors and, you know, just saying they're doing good just by being behind a keyboard and doing things and then making irrelevant protests that actually hurt the actual things you're actually trying to protest. A computer that's good for anything and one I won't be spied on. Sorry, I'm new to tech. Oh, so if you're talking about being worried about being spied on, your only option really is Linux. So you can get like a Dell, an HP with Linux pre-installed, Lenovo pre-installed, but then you can go straight to the Linux vendors that often have a lot of those features disabled out the box. So that's where you go to like System 76. There's a company called Purism. I generally don't recommend them unless you're a little bit more advanced because of some of the things that they go about with the firmware and things. You have Tuxedo Computers, another one. They're a German-based company. I like them. I have one of their laptops. MNT, again, a little bit more advanced, more niche kind of computer. I like it. I feel like I'm forgetting one. Oh, Nova Custom. There's another brand there. Those are the 4 manufacturers I either have purchased from or probably am going to be purchasing from. Nova Custom I haven't had any first-hand experience on, but the people in my community that I've talked to about them seem to like them pretty much. Find an older ThinkPad on eBay or something and stick Linux on it. Well, yeah, any business class computer will work fine for that. I used to have a Dell, I want to say it's a Latitude. No, sweets, nothing's really that wild. Man's inhumanity to man will never cease to amaze me, but it's just another day, unfortunately, when you look at the grand scheme of the historical trends of things. People want to focus on one thing, but not the other. If you're gaming, though, I don't know about laptops. Well, it depends. I mean, here's the thing you have to consider. Now, I will agree with the point that desktop computers are definitely better when it comes to overall gaming because of the cooling performance, and you have the desktop versions of components versus laptop versions. But with that being said, not everyone has the real estate for a desktop computer, or they just want to have one computer to do everything. It's fair enough. Like my Stellaris Slim laptop that I got from Tuxedo, you can have AMD. I use my AMD CPU on it with the AMD internal GPU, and then I can flip on the NVIDIA 4070 whenever I want. If you buy an old laptop off eBay, make sure to change out the thermal paste. Yeah, that's one thing definitely I would recommend. How many individuals worldwide know how to use Meshtastic, if you know approximately? I think that we're still right now in the tens of thousands of people that are using it. Maybe close to the 100, 200,000. There's no real way to get an accurate count because of the nature of how Meshtastic is decentralized and it's completely off the grid. So there's no way, for example, if I were to set this up to guarantee that people could count this device if I am only talking to people within a few miles of me. But Meshtastic is definitely a technology more people should be aware of and familiar with. Just as I have also been recommending GMRS radio, ham radio, and there's also another thing for Meshtastic called Meshcore. Hey! Thank you for the biddies there. Ozpin, thank you for that. Do you have your own server for movies, Plex, etc.? Kind of, sort of. I have my own little NAS to host my videos and everything. I used to have an XBMC box upstairs, but the problem was there was a few streaming sites that for whatever reason were not working with Linux. So eventually I just sucked it up and I have Roku sticks around the house. And that's been good for the most part, but I do have a backup system for in case the internet's out, I can still watch movies and everything through that XBMC box. But yeah, there's you know, annoyances with the ways things are happening. I find it really weird. I can't remember which site it was. I think it was, no, it wasn't Crunchyroll. Maybe it was Disney. One of the sites that I kept opening up would not work on Linux. I'll have to play with that later. But yeah, anyway, let's pull up some of the videos I had queued up so you understand the Roku experience. Yeah, it works okay for what I need most of the time, but it definitely leaves a few things to be desired because there are quite a few pieces of content that there is no access to inside of like, it's just not available on different streaming services. Or you have the issue of one day this streaming service will be with this device and another will be with another. How much physical media do you have? I got a bunch of vinyl records over here. I got a few DVD box sets. I used to have a crap ton more, but around the time that shortly before I started making content, my basement had a couple of floods because the sewer line was broken, and I had to get that completely replaced. So I lost a lot of physical media content. So I've been re-downloading a lot of it. DMCA allows you to grab it if you have backups, you know, things that I've had the media already. But yeah, there's quite a bit. Honestly, I'm surprised how good Linux gaming is these days. Yeah, it's been great. I've been gaming on Linux for, God, it's hard to say, 15 years now? God. I remember when I first was gaming, the only games I could really do on Linux really well, because Wine was still immature at the time, and still needing to be fleshed out. Doom 3, the entire Doom series, worked on Linux. But Doom 3 specifically, you'd get the Windows installer disks. Then you would go to ID Software, grab the Linux installer they had, and then it would grab the WAD files off the disk, and then you would wrap that up, and then you'd have a native Linux installer. Same thing with Quake 4, Enemy Territory Quake Wars. Tribes 2 had a native Linux installer. And that was primarily most of what I was playing for years, up until Valve really got into it. And I've been playing on Steam with Linux since the beta days. I feel like physical media will be back in vogue soon. It more or less has been. Vinyl is definitely making a comeback. I don't see tape making a comeback, though. I just don't. I'm not just talking about VHS. I'm talking about cassette players. I can see CD players coming back because that's still readily accessible media that anyone can actually grab a DVD burner, CD burner, and then just, go back to those days. But a cassette requires a whole other infrastructure. I don't know of anyone out there that is actively recording to cassette. Not only that, recording to that takes so much time because you basically have to have it at, as you're playing it, you're recording it, with a VCR. Imagine you have a capture card or a video card hooked up to your VCR. VCR is capturing the video, you hit play, and then you're recording it. A DVD and CD is going to be so much easier because you could literally just drop the disc in, do the thing, burn a disc in several minutes, rinse, repeat. I don't know about video games, though, because unfortunately manufacturers like Nintendo and all them, they actually want that to succeed because then, they want that DRM with it. But, yeah, it's definitely janky, to say the least. Tape recorders are going to make a comeback, etc. for preserving. I don't think tape recorders in the ways that you are thinking of, VHS and cassette or even Betamax, not a good real idea for consumers. Now, digital tape, in terms of archive, that's still being used in enterprise spaces. We still have backups to tape because tape is still an extremely dense media that you can use. In fact, IBM still has devices that you can actually, Amazon, I know, uses this for, Snowflake, their slowest S3 storage, where basically you're hosting, you're sending your data to it, it's pulling a tape out of its collection and then puts that tape away, and it takes a few hours to retrieve said tape. Or at least get that data for you. Where can I find real free resources to learn real cybersecurity? Well, you can stop spamming the chat for one. It really is just looking around. There's a lot of great resources out there. Most of it's in the open source community. And the best advice I will always give you is Tinker and Home Lab. Yes, you can go into a lot of these like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me's, Parrot CTFs even. But the reality is, those, I've never really gotten into those. And when I do, it feels like an extremely sterilized environment versus a home lab. Because a home lab, so many things can go wrong, and you're going to learn from those failures along the way. I personally saved all the old Xboxes and games. Coders always tweak their stuff. Yeah. I wish I kept my original Xbox. I get lost in the middle of a move. I couldn't find it. I'm gonna eventually buy an original Xbox. There's a couple of games that I want to still play, like Kingdom Under Fire. That game was goated, and a lot of people don't know about it. Are you married? No. Thank God. I got my 2 dogs and a house. That's all I need. Still use your PS3? Yeah, I like the PS3. The interesting thing about the PS3 is, the Air Force actually used 10,000 of them, to make it into a supercomputer, essentially a Beowulf supercomputer cluster. It was really cool to learn things about that. Just how powerful the PS3 was. That cell processor was amazing back in the day. But yeah. I did have some videos I wanted to look at. Apparently, Razer has been having problems with their hardware, software, and they're having support failures. Gamers Nexus was covering this. We were going to look at this. Now, the honest truth is, I have never really been a fan of Razer. Every time I've touched them, it's just, they do things in janky ways in terms of they make it extremely proprietary. Like, putting Linux on it, according to a few friends that had a Razer, was a pain. Not only that, there's just been issues with supporting the device over the years, and I've just never really been a fan of Razer all these years. But we're going to see what Gamers Nexus has come up with on this. Gamers Nexus is probably one of the few non-cyber professional IT tech creators I actually really like and respect. Him and Jay's 2 cents are probably like two of the only ones that outside the retro tech scene I really like. But let's get into this video.
Apple wannabe and Lord of the Edgelords Razer is having a...
You know what? I just realized I need to make sure the audio is working for y'all.
lot of problems with its laptops, including some that are $5,000. The problems include broken trackpads, unstable operating systems blighted with busted bloatware, Synapse software causing significant drops in frame rate, but also being required to get full performance, customer support that tortures consumers by making them spend hours troubleshooting defective devices.
Good God.
While Asus remains the #1 complaint in our inbox in terms of companies, Razer is also pretty high up in that list. And we started
you and your
into
puns.
This back when we received a tip from laptop reviewer Just Josh a couple months ago. We've broken Razer's laptop issues into a couple key areas, kind of like how they've broken their laptops in a couple key areas. And we're going to be walking through those today, from evidence all over the internet to try and understand what's going on, and more importantly, help inform people who might be considering a Razer.
I just want to take a point here to point out, do you see the gray in Steve's hair? This is because he's been putting up with all this BS from vendors for years. These vendors are aging him. That is stress gray. That is not like storm gray, like X-Men. That is, this is too much BS. Why are you stressing me out, man? Gray. What the biggest technological concern you think people aren't talking about enough? How our privacy rights are being chipped away between chat control, the UK Online Safety Act, the US trying to do the Kids Online Safety Act, the Screen Act, and all this BS where they keep saying, think of the children, won't someone think of the children? When in reality, how about the parents actually care about their children and get involved in their kid's life? Anyway, let's move on.
Purchase, especially a laptop, so you know what you're walking into. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Lian Li LANCOIL 217. We recently reviewed the LANCOIL 217 on the channel and found that its thermal performance is overall competitive with other top cases. The LANCOIL 217 combines a set of larger 170mm front-mounted fans with more...
Anything the average person can do? Yeah. Get politically involved, call your MPs, call your representatives, senators, and MEPs, all your politicians.
With wood accents along the case to give it
Stop being apathetic to the whole situation.
LANCOIL 217 at the link in the description below. So here's why we're here today. First of all, we've experienced some of these issues ourselves on this Razer laptop that I bought for work use a little while ago. This year, Razer launched its new Blade laptops, and those include the RTX 50 series GPUs, and they have a lot of problems. Some of these are on NVIDIA's side. A lot of them appear to be on Razer's side. But since we don't really review notebooks, they haven't really been on our radar that much. Speaking with Josh from YouTube channel Just Josh Tech, however, we discovered how problematic Razer's laptops can be. In Just Josh's review of the Razer Blade 16 recently, Josh complained about poor performance, stability issues, trackpad issues, issues pertaining to Razer's Synapse app, and more. He said this.
Oh my God, guys. Razers are consistently the buggiest laptops of any that I've tested, and this one, it is really
I've actually confirmed that, and I've said that for years.
To get their act together. This is completely unacceptable on a laptop at this price.
And for reference, that laptop is one he ended up purchasing for around $4,000. Now, as a result of these criticisms, And from his tip that he sent
Hold
us
up,
earlier
that's
in the
Apple
year,
prices.
we decided to try and carve out some time at some point to dig more into
Thank you for the follow,
what's going on,
Gookonomicon.
scouring all of the various forums to see which kind of complaints map and nest together. It's like either, depending on which side you're on,
Good God.
either the psychopath thing or the crime scene investigation thing, where you have the corkboard and all the red strain, and except all of them just go to Razer. All of the red strain it goes straight to Razer. It's not really, doesn't really have a whole lot of different paths it takes. It's all just straight to that logo. So we combed through the Razer subreddit, Razer's official forums, and our emails, and various laptop reviews on the web to see how prolific the Razer Blade issues are. We focused on the company's
Oh God, that was
50 series of
some
notebooks,
decent
which were released
flex.
this year, and ended up coming across a litany of user-reported issues across a wide variety of areas. These issues primarily persist across Razer's terrible software, the Synapse app, the trackpad just breaking, external display connectivity, performance, failure to wake from sleep, and crashing, and plenty more. But we're going to start with the trackpad because it seems to be one of the most prevalent and is, in theory, easiest to identify here. In a Reddit poll with 106 total votes, 41 users say their Razer Blade 2025 laptop had issues. Now, of this poll, 24 users reported that their Blade 2025 laptop had, quote, other issues.
Now, this is not scientific by any means, but that is substantial.
We've even experienced with our one-of-one Razer laptop ever purchase. This is the first one I bought. Might be the last one, other than for reviews. Now, diving into specific complaints, we found a mountain of identical issues with the trackpads. User FoldQuick6368 wrote on the Razer subreddit, quote, "My friend and I both got the new Razer 165090s and both had the same exact experience. For the first day, it worked flawlessly, but then within a day, weird issues started cropping up with the touchpad. It'll get into intermittent states of being very sluggish, randomly clicking when you're trying to move
That's
it, and cutting in and
weird.
out. It happened exactly the same way for both laptops. Updating drivers, windows, restarting, reformatting, etc. None of it fixed it. Changing precision touchpad sensitivity or click settings also did not do anything," end quote. Now, corroborating this, Reddit user Skin1337, which is an excellent number to use for a name, echoed the criticism and added, quote, "Just picked up the 2025 Blade 165080 last
Skin
night.
lead.
Having the same exact issue. It'll work perfectly fine for a while, but then suddenly the trackpad has a mind of its own, ignoring inputs, reacting sluggish to my tapping, freezing altogether. Literally experiencing the issue right now as I'm typing this," end quote. And it keeps going in the same thread.
Good God.
To Poner127. It's just like being.
I've never had trackpad issues like that with System 76, Tuxedo computers, Purism.
I guess that's just what you get with the Razer laptop community. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be roasting the Razer buyers right now. They're having a hard time. I guess I'm also one of them. So.
Considering
Anyway,
wiping Win 10 off my
Poner127
HP
added,
laptop
quote,
due to
"I
audio
got the same
driver
issue
problems
with
I cannot
my 2025
fix.
Blade 165080. I find sometimes I'm able to get out of the broken
I mean, you
state
can
by
do that.
really trying to use physical clicks and
I like
finger
Pop
taps on
OS.
various parts of
I like the
touchpad,"
pipe
end
wire
quote.
system
On
inside of
Razer's forum,
Linux.
A user wrote about how the touchpad stops responding on Razer Blade 16 2025 notebook, and Reddit user PM me or table saws. And check your inbox. We've sent our table saws. Wrote that the third time was the charm with the Blade 16. Quote, "Pre-ordered the new Blade 16, trackpad issue, returned for refund. Bought another one, trackpad issue, returned for refund. Bought one last night, and if there was one tiny thing wrong with it, I was done with Razer for good. It's perfect," end quote. User The Zest wrote that his unit was replaced twice, both units with defect, making for 3 defects
Jesus.
in a row before getting a retailer-issued refund. So going through this, we started scouring all the different user
Good God.
to see if anyone had done troubleshooting such as reinstalling drivers, trackpad or touchpad drivers especially, reformatting, anything like that, toggling on and off Synapse and other software to try and see if this is a
up, Hans?
software or a hardware issue. We found this post from Reddit user Tesla V25, writing that driver updates, quote, "do not fix the issue," end quote. But importantly, this user also added another key aspect to our report. Quote, "Razer support is being really slow to respond, and I can't get a hold of a solid answer," end quote. And that is going to come up more in our last section.
Hold up. Let me point out the last point here. Extremely disappointed considering how I waited almost 2 years for this laptop to release. You waited 2 years for this laptop to be released. I'm going to tell you straight up, I've said this multiple times that we've already been through this video. I've never really been a fan of Razer. I've just always seen them as a company that in the beginning they were like kind of okay, kind of cutting corners, but it was like, okay, I get it, you got budgets to make. But then as time progressed and I was looking at my other friends, peripherals and devices and things like that, I just kind of kept raising eyebrows to them. I'll still tell you, like, if you're going to go get a laptop, HP, Dell, Lenovo, those three big ones for the average person, probably where I'm going to pick you. Lenovo is generally where I steer most people to, because I've had great experiences with them, especially on the business line of products. And then what I personally use is I use a mix of System 76, Tuxedo Computers, MNT, and Purism. And then I'm probably going to be replacing that Purism with a Nova custom laptop. That's my Cubes OS laptop. But that's an extremely niche need of core boot and heads for, checking the firmware security and things like that for that entire reasonably secure laptop workflow. But the Tuxedo Computers is generally where I'm actually really enjoying for my daily laptop needs. I love my Stellaris Slim laptop. It's got an AMD Ryzen 8845HS in there. I know they just released a new version as well. Mine has the NVIDIA 4070. They just released a new one. Is Tuxedo expensive? It's as expensive as the hardware you're going to want to get in it. The one I got was about $2,500. That's with 96 gigabytes of RAM, 2 terabyte of NVMe, the Ryzen 7 8845HS, a customized keyboard with my logo actually on it, and my logo on the back of the laptop out the box. They let you brand the laptop however you want. And, yeah, it's fully loaded. I can put another NVMe in there if I want. But for $2,500, including a 3-year warranty, it's a fairly reasonable cost laptop. But remember, the Tuxedo Computers, System 76, Purism, MNT, and Nova Custom are primarily Linux-first vendors, which means you can potentially install Windows on them, except the Purism, because it's got Core Boot / Pure Boot. But you're actually going to have the reverse, where companies are actually going to tell you, we can't support it. We can give you the Windows drivers here, but if you have issues, you're on your own. Kind of flips the entire support paradigm that a lot of Windows users are by 180.
And I can't get a hold of a solid answer, end quote. And that is going to come up more in our last section about their support. Now, there was another post we found from Reddit user, "Don't mention my name, please." Oh, wait. Is that the name I'm not supposed to mention, or is it or is there a different name that name's referencing? Anyway, it says that Razer is aware of the issue and said Razer is investigating it. 2 months later, on June 28th, Just Josh conducted a poll on the Razer subreddit to ask, quote, "Is your trackpad still broken?" With 44 total votes, 10 voted that it's still broken, though they tried.
Still not a scientific poll.
1 voted that it was broken without having
Your thoughts on NX packages with millions of weekly downloads hacked with credential stealer malware? We'll have to put a pin in that, and we'll touch in that after this video.
Laptop as well. That included reinstalling drivers, putting in a different SSD with a new OS, and also taking it apart to inspect the trackpad and then putting it back together, and the same issue persists. So at least for this one, we think it's a hardware level defect. And based on what we're reading online, it seems that this is true for a lot of these that we're reading about. Now, up next is Razer's software, which has been problematic for at least 10 years now.
Oh, yeah. That's one of the reasons why I've never really liked them. That software is janky as hell.
Operating out of the house at that point. Razer Synapse has best been known for being bloatware, but it also claims to offer some functionality, like changing RGB lighting or modifying what your peripherals do, what the buttons do, things like that.
Can we pause for a second here? Like, this is one thing that's always irked me especially on the Windows side of things. Why is it there can't be some kind of open source framework or ways that we can interface with the hardware? Like, I know we can do it on the Linux side. I do it with my System 76 keyboard over here.
April 10th, Reddit user
where I can use, what's the software that everyone uses, on open source keyboards? Some of you in chat probably remember. It's a 4-letter acronym, I think it is. But I can do that. Tuxedo Computers has an application that I can actually modify the clocks, overclock it, I think, a little bit with, and tweak RGB and all of that. And that software is open source as well. So I've never understood why in the Windows world we have to have this so fragmented that, like, Corsair has their solution, Razer has their solution, and then they're all, like, janky for different reasons. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. That's just my little diatribe right now. Let's get back to the video.
Ivan6953 noted that Synapse 4 caused a 50% degradation in FPS performance in the game Control.
Good God!
On the model Razer Blade 16. This laptop was equipped with an RTX 5090. He wrote, quote, I noticed that whenever I tried to play Control on the new Razer Blade 16, my FPS would stutter and hitch like crazy. I tried to get to the bottom of the problem, but couldn't figure out what the cause was. I was blaming NVIDIA drivers, actually. Moreover, the problem I was experiencing wasn't present when using the controller. Only when moving the mouse would FPS just melt.
What?
I tried to find the cause, and it was Synapse. Having Synapse
Good God!
causes the GPU utilization to instantly go down upon any mouse movement, resulting in FPS loss. Closing Synapse gets rid of the bug, but you have to have Synapse launched, otherwise you are limited to 120 watts on the 5090 laptop GPU, end quote. To support this claim, he even embedded a video into the Reddit thread where he played Control without Synapse enabled and got frame rates hovering.
I don't need Tuxedo Control Center working on my Tuxedo laptop to do all that stuff.
Dip down into the low 30s. Now, we don't have a 50
I really just use it so I can tweak the RGB. Everything's built into OS on Pop OS.
But also the software causing the problem, that is worth looking into. So we did find some reviews of this particular model, and those reviews corroborated the same thing, that they needed the software open in order to modify the performance preset.
You guys are actually going off Reddit posts? I'm not! He is!
But it didn't fix the issues. The Redditor provided an update stating, quote, no change. Synapse still affects FPS on mouse movements in some games. Control, League of Legends, Dota 2,
Good God!
Watchers. Some games still freeze and crash, like Control and Monster Hunter Wilds, end quote. But again, just one user
After this video, I'll show you the Tuxedo laptop that I have.
A lot of people saying the same thing, and that is also not Synapse's only problem. Previously, Just Josh Tech posted on the Razer subreddit that
Oh, Vampire, you got the Ray Hunter installed? Nice.
Examples of how it made him type hour.
Going stingray hunting.
And please with 2 P's. In his video review of the Blade, Josh stated, quote, people have reported that there are some issues that cause Synapse to clash with your mouse if it pulls above a certain frequency, end quote. In a separate...
How does this get past quality control and you don't see this happening?
Some of the previous user, Ivan's, feedback. Quote, when Synapse 4 is running, it causes a lot of games to stutter, most notably League of Legends, Cyberpunk 2077, and Marvel Rivals. When I exit all Synapse apps, that fixes it, end quote. Another user reported some strange Synapse behavior, saying that a Blade 16 with a 5080 can't use the keyboard functions to switch performance mode. The user identified that these only work with Synapse open and manually selecting a mode being the active window, saying, quote, while using the shortcut key makes it appear active in Synapse, it doesn't actually apply the change. And
do you see my face here? Like, I am just gobsmacked that this has been going on for as long as it is. These are things that I am just shocked that a gaming hardware company hasn't tested their software with gaming. This is stuff that should have never made it into production. Like, I've had my issues with Razer for years, not used their hardware. It's just one of those, like, every time I've played with it when I was at Micro Center, I was like, nah. Every time I used one of my buddies, friends, one of my buddies, that had the hardware or something like that, it was like, they liked it. Okay, cool. They enjoy it. That, to each their own. But I've always, like, had this, like, thing in the back of my mind, like, I don't know what I don't like about this thing, but I know I don't like it. If you wanted to make your own laptop, what it'd be like? I'd show you. I got a couple laptops that I will show you after this video is done, and they are actually the ones that I think that Tuxedo should be taking, not Tuxedo, Razer should be taking notes from.
Quote, another user responded to say how they had similar issues, also noting that manual fan curves are broken, performance profile switching is broken, and that Synapse has to be not only open, but again, the active window. And if those issues aren't strange enough, there are, of course, worse ones. Reddit user Zippy Apple wrote that Razer Synapse can't even detect his Razer laptop, and that all settings go back to factory defaults. UltrabookReviews.com's review of the notebook echoed a lot of the complaints around Synapse that we found on Reddit, this one through a review. The reviewer called Synapse, quote, buggy, unquote, noted double registration of key presses, matching what Josh saw, and referenced stuttering in games, like what the Reddit user saw. The reviewer wrote, quote, however, it's important to understand that you can't run the laptop at higher power without Synapse, as it needs it for the higher power profiles and settings. So even if you install a fresh Windows copy on your unit, you'd still have to install Synapse as well.
That is horrible.
You also noted some of the performance issues that Synapse brought, highlighting dropped frames when Synapse is open and reinforcing user complaints that closing it resolves the issue, but eliminates other functionality of the laptop. Speaking of performance issues, while digging
So
around
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Trying to categorize what are the key
I have
problems
not
here.
honestly
One of the
played
key
with
problems
Razer
that
in a
we
few
were able
years,
to
so
fix
I don't really have much
is
comment there.
abnormally poor performance on
Yeah, so
battery.
I want to get my hands on a framework.
Worse on battery, but this is like exceptionally bad.
I don't have enough money to just like buy all the hardware I want.
Not a good one. So we dug up countless reports of this issue. They all seem to be related. This user said even when
I saw that they have a new GPU.
battery, noting that he updated all the drivers and performed a factory reset twice. Regardless of these attempts, he noted that, quote, it still performs worse than my 2024 Blade 16, end quote, which was equipped with 64 gigabytes of RAM,
God.
4 terabytes of storage, and an RTX 4090 GPU. He concluded, quote, if I could, I would probably return for a refund. Be warned, end quote. This other user said that CPU single core performance tanks on battery, calling it, quote, slower than almost any gaming laptop I've ever tested, end quote. Another user complained about the laptop's performance while running on battery, this time citing issues with streaming video and even just typing.
Good God!
Even offline video playback is laggy. In a review
You can't even do
on
basic laptop things.
16, which was
Oh, good God!
The publication stated, quote, another big issue is performance on battery. The moment you unplug this thing,
Even my Tuxedo computers with the NVIDIA 4070 doesn't lag like that. I like the panel in it. It's a great bang for the buck laptop. Again, I'm going to bring that down in a second here after this video. This is just blowing my mind, like how Razer spent so long making this laptop only to, you know, do so many things wrong before it went out into production. Like, these are things that shouldn't have been able to get by QC unless their quality control is just atrocious.
and it becomes noticeable.
A Razer is horrible. I've said that for years.
It has random stuttering, and basic stuff like starting Windows Explorer is now just slow. The Synapse app also becomes even less responsive, and stuff like function keys sometimes straight up just don't work, end quote. The publication also did a full reset and driver install like a lot of these users did, saying that none of these fixed it. Now, it's normal, again, for performance to be lower on battery. That's just how they're supposed to work. It's to preserve battery life. But it shouldn't be so low that typing is laggy, or that video playback.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say.
So there's something worse going on here. And we also unearthed a ton of reports about external display functionality with the Blade laptops. So this is a new category. One user said a 5090 equipped Blade 16 would, quote, flicker on and off for games, end quote, when connected to an Odyssey OLED G9, showing a video to support this. Now, it's possible that the G9 has its own issues, so we looked for other displays. This user had issues with the HDMI port not working, with another complaining that HDMI resulted in issues with refresh rates and inability to dock with both the laptop screen and the external display.
Good God.
The user noted that the monitor cable
These are
combo
basic
works fine
laptop
for other
features.
laptops. Even more users noted issues between the IGP and the DGPU, which isn't unique to Razer, but adds fuel to the fire and the chaos. This went on in this thread, indicating clear issues with HDMI somewhere. But part of the challenge with display problems is that there is a lot more room for it to be other things. Between cables and just the monitors themselves, there are other factors at play where it may exit just the Razer laptop.
Well, not only that he's talking about, there's so many different components that go in play when you're displaying video externally. So you have your external connection itself. So if you're using Thunderbolt, HDMI, DisplayPort, whatnot, the actual connections inside the laptop, how it's hardwired. Like, for example, on my Tuxedo computer, the one thing I complained about was, and this wasn't really a issue per se, but I can only use an external display if the NVIDIA GPU is on. Otherwise, if I'm using the AMD integrated GPU on it, then the display won't work. So there's like little things in how it's hardwired. But yeah, he's right. There's like so many things that can go wrong with, displaying output to a monitor. Like, for example, my work computer. When I go and I work from home, works perfectly fine doing the laptop monitor and the 2 work from home monitors they gave me. But when I bring it to work, I have an extra monitor. So I use the laptop monitor, a little 15-inch monitor they let me get, and then 2 27-inch monitors I set up vertically so I can do code a little bit better. Because it's a godsend when you're doing terraforms and Python and all that stuff, and you just have 2 Visual Studio Code things, or you can open your mail in vertical or Teams or whatever. But anyway, the middle monitor tends to flicker every now and then, and that is an issue of the dock, and I just learned to suffer with it. But yeah, like he's saying, there's a lot of problems that can go between, you know, your device and outputting the video to an external monitor. But yeah, it's hard to say. Is it the dock itself? Like in my case, I know it's the dock when I go to work because the dock at home doesn't have any issues. So yeah, he's right there. It's hard to diagnose these, but this is one of those things where if you have enough people going out saying they're having issues, the common, Occam's razor basically says that it's the laptop itself that's probably problematic.
But there's enough of these with enough different combinations of things. We think there's a problem somewhere in here. Now, in
Yep, exactly what I was saying.
Review of the Razer Blade 16, Josh shared another external display-related issue. Here it is.
When plugging into an external display, the display is fuzzy. It appears like it's using the right resolution that's in Windows settings, but
Oh, good God.
you have to go and set it down to a different resolution and then back up to its correct one
What?
to register.
In addition to all of this, Razer's forums contain reports of artifacting with external displays on a 5080 and other users complaining of external displays causing the laptop to freeze, requiring removal of monitor configurations from the registry. Several posts
Holy crap!
with Samsung displays specifically, so it's possible that there's a specific issue between these two devices. But the bad news for Razer
Like in
is
all
that
my years doing MSP work,
we also saw just a
sorry, I have to pause again. In all my years doing MSP work, managed service provider, I have literally worked on thousands of desktops and servers, okay, for various issues. I have never had to go into registry editor just to remove some settings like that or do some janky things like that to get a computer working. Like, that is baffling to me. That's why you heard me go, what? Like, I'm telling you that when I'm saying that Razer is problematic, I did not realize just how problematic they were actually going to be. It's mind-blowing. I'm baffled. Let's continue on. Sorry I'm pausing so much, but I just didn't want to talk over him too much.
A lot of crashing and booting issues just generally described. We tried to distill it down. One of the worst ones mentioned a 5080 equipped Blade 18, noting in-game crashes that led to the laptop becoming, quote, unusable, end quote. The user's description on Reddit sounds like the OS got corrupted on crash, which we've seen in the past on various devices internally as well. Other users noted BSODs, or blue screens of death, that could be a result of anything, not necessarily Razer, or driver crashes, which could be
a bad Windows update, many things.
Jared's Tech is another excellent laptop reviewer who's helped us find laptops in the past and has also discussed these issues. In his Razer Blade 16 with 5090 review, Jared's Tech said this.
I also need to note that I couldn't test our usual Red Dead Redemption 2 on this laptop because it kept crashing in the same part of the test every single time. And this was a problem that Nvidia was able to replicate, so presumably it will be fixed at some point. We also had a few crashes in Control, but it was nowhere near as consistent.
Now, separately, one of the other common themes is just a general lack of quality control, and this also starts to involve Nvidia. In The Verge's hands-on impressions of the Razer Blade 16, the reviewer said, quote, "My first review unit had noticeable hardware issues and was replaced by NVIDIA, which provided the blades for RTX 5090 testing. I've only had the replacement unit for a few days, and while it doesn't exhibit any of the same performance issues or buzzy speakers, it's had a couple of random blue screens.
Buzzy speakers, ugh.
And just to reiterate, that's two defective units happening when NVIDIA is controlling the sampling process personally.
Good God!
Where it's going, and that the purpose of it is to be reviewed. And they're still showing up defective twice. Back on Reddit, a user posted a list of issues with their 5070 Ti Razer Blade 16. We'll show that list on the screen. It's extensive, but the short...
Okay, so let's pause for a sec because you have a great question, Hans, and I know this is going to take a second. Have they tried running Linux on the Razer Blade? So I actually talked about this earlier on in the video. I only touched on it. Running Linux on the Razer Blade. I don't know what the process is as of recent, but I remember I had a friend trying to do that a couple years ago, and it was a painful procedure because of all the, proprietary BS that Razer has inside of it. Like, as they mentioned earlier, in order to use the higher profiles of your computer, the performance profiles, you have to have the Synapse software. So there was issues with throttling it. There was issues with getting it to address all the hardware properly, things like that. Things that just don't make sense. Whereas I could install Linux on Dell XPS or other laptops with NVIDIA GPUs. I've done it on HP, Lenovo, and I've had no real issues with it, ramping up, ramping down, because they put a lot of that stuff inside the core firmware of the laptop for it to manage that. Why Razer is taking this approach of not having it built into the hardware to be able to ramp up the hardware and control a lot of this and doing it at the software level is beyond me. Because I know for a fact that Dell, Lenovo, HP, many other vendors, System 76, Tuxedo Computers, MNT, I would even bet that Nova Custom is probably the same way. You don't need to necessarily install their custom software. In the case of Tuxedo Computers, I did have to install a couple of drivers that was mainly just keyboard related, but the NVIDIA drivers and everything worked out of the box. I didn't have to install the Tuxedo Control Center. I just did that because I wanted to control the RGB side of it and have a little bit easier to control the performance profiles, but I could have done that inside of Terminal if I wanted. Why Razer is taking this approach of proprietary BS layered on, which then overcomplicates things and leads to a lot of these issues, is just baffling to me. Maybe Razer doesn't understand as much of the low-level computer as they actually need. This is just my speculation here. But it blows my mind. But yeah.
Version includes BSODs on day 3 of use, crashes, lagging, loading during restart and shutdown, inability to wake from sleep, underutilized GPU and overutilized CPU,
Jesus.
and trackpad issues, among others. Now, a company can sell the most defective individual unit in the world, but as long as customer support can properly handle it, they might stick the landing. It really depends. I mean, Fractal and Arctic have set a good example over the years for this, but most companies don't. And that's why that list really hasn't gotten...
Right, I had issues with some of my Linux laptops and support was amazing, which is why I gave them a great review still.
Reddit user CC13RE created a post on the Razer subreddit titled, quote, Razer support just assumes you have hours and days to troubleshoot their brand new laptop. Do not buy 2025 Blade.
Oof.
And just me and you, CC13RE, just briefly, I get that frustration. I think a lot of us probably do. Most of us have been through some kind of experience.
But yeah, you got a brand new piece of hardware. You don't want to spend too much time troubleshooting it.
To troubleshoot this problem.
Exactly.
Can you just refund it for me?
Yeah.
Give me a new one? In the post, he vents his frustration and lists blue screens of death, graphics errors, resets, among other issues, with Razer asking the user to troubleshoot everything personally. The user says, quote, I told them to take it back, so they escalated my case. The first thing this new guy asked me to do is reinstall my fucking drivers. I've spent probably 10 hours total testing this piece of shit. Why the fuck do I have to do hours and hours of free labor on a $3,500 laptop?
Good God!
Back and send me a new one.
His laptop is more than a G than my most expensive laptop.
I don't think they will be able to fix it or send me a new one, end quote. I just want to say I think I really want this guy to be like my anger translator. I need him to write the scripts for me for some of the issues that we talk about, because this is just beautiful writing. I really enjoyed reading it. So hopefully if you're out there, Reddit user, I hope you at least get some amusement out of the fact that your words have been read verbatim and we're not even going to censor it. It conveys the emotion better. Now that user isn't alone. There are dozens of such reports just in the last month alone when looking across forums and Reddit. This user also complained of slow and, quote, sketchy, end quote, repair services as provided by Razer, all made worse by the fact that Razer only provides a 14-day return window.
What?
You're better off buying from a retailer with a 30-day window, which is more standard. One user recounted an instance.
I have never heard of that. I have literally set up thousands of machines for companies when I was in my managed service provider days. I've done dozens of machines for myself over the years. They've all been at least 30 days. That is ridiculous. 14 days? I judge a company by how long they have their RMA window or such as that, because that tells you how long they're willing to stick by their product. But yeah, 14 days, freaking crazy. You had a bad taste with Razer products? Yeah, you're not the only one I've seen with it. I've just never been able, I remember when they were so hyped up years ago, I couldn't even like, get okay with them. Because at Micro Center, you can go into the aisle and you can play with your mice and keyboards. And I was like, nah. So I've been loving my System 76 keyboards. I have 2 of them, the Launch Heavy over here. The Launch Heavy has a numpad. And then I still use Logitech mice. I have a G903 with the power play mat. So it's always charging over here. And then I have a trackball mouse I 3D printed, and I use a Logitech G502 as my base mouse to this day. The G903 I like because I have the power play and all the buttons and I can customize it, but yeah. That just blew me away. 14 days? Ugh. I'm sorry I'm pausing so much, but it's just like there's so many moments where I need to let my brain process this because this is just... wow.
Where Razer refused to apply a teacher discount code to a purchase that was still within that 14-day.
How many Blackberries did I own? I probably had 2 or 3.
For a $4,500
I was a kid, though.
full refund and subsequent purchase from another vendor. Now, Razer has really dropped the ball here. Razer's entire brand is built on this idea of being high quality and better than the others, almost like this sort of snooty attitude about other brands. You could tell that when they were designing this and announcing it, they were probably wearing black turtlenecks and had lights behind them to cast their shadows upon the audience, to quote Silicon Valley, like a giant looking over his own shoulder. That is the vibe you get from Razer. In addition to the gamer edgelord vibe of, I don't know, the Rome 2 Total War flag with the green snakes. I just stopped to look up that logo, and it looks like it may be based upon the Triskelion Snake Witch, which was originally discovered in a cemetery. So I'm sure there's other meanings too, but I like that one the most because that is probably where most of these will be discovered. Now, the fact that Razer's laptop issues pertain to several different problems like performance, trackpad, software, external displays, and more paint a broad picture that Razer doesn't know what it's doing. The blade is only sharp enough to cut corners in its quality control and customer support. Now, the reason we're running this report is so we can better understand this, because we've seen a lot of these complaints, and this is kind of our first step these days. So we talked about this in our ASRock motherboard issue report a while ago, months ago, earlier this year, where this is the first step we normally take to understanding a problem so that we can then maybe try and chase something down and hopefully force some kind of concessions from the company or promises or whatever that they can then break later, but at least it's on record. In the very least, though, if we can't get that far because we don't really work with Razer, what we wanted to do is just compile stuff, get it together for you, and then if you're thinking about buying one of these laptops or you already have one and you're experiencing these problems, at least you know what to expect or that it's not only happening to you. And unfortunately, it looks like Razer just has lots of problems right now with these Blade laptops. So anyway,
Good God.
that's it for our initial report and recap of the issues at hand for Razer. This will also give us an opportunity to ask you all to let us know about the problems you've had with Razer's components. So if we expand this and start doing some more first-party testing on our own beyond this specific device, the trackpad issues, we'll have more to work with and have more input from the community so we kind of know where to focus our efforts the most if we go that route. But we'll wait and see. We know that some of the laptop reviewers are working on some content, and since that's kind of their area to focus on, they hopefully will get some stuff.
Suddenly put off ever buying a Razer product. I've been put off buying them, period, for years, even before they were making computers.
Do that and chase them down the way we did Asus. But for now, that's the report for you. Hopefully that is helpful.
Asus was another company I would never buy fully built systems from.
As an enthusiast, where they've always kind of had this reputation of like, wow, they sure really try hard to look super cool and like they're enthusiasts, and they really just come across as like a worse Apple with more problems, and that is really what it is. So that's it. Subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersaccess.net to support this type of report directly so that we can fund all the research for it. And you can go to patreon.com/gamersnexus to throw a few bucks our way every month. Thank you for watching. We'll see you all next time.
Y'all need to get her some help up.
Okay. Yeah, that was, what about Acer laptops? Acer doesn't really exist anymore. Gateway bought them. So, we're going to take a quick break for a second. So I can grab the laptops. I can show you what laptops I actually use, why I use them, because I had some of you asking me in the audience about that. So give me about a minute and a half. We're just going to let the ad roll play so you're not missing anything. And then we will be right back. You're not going to miss anything. I'm going to take a quick bio break and grab my laptops. and then we can talk about the home labs and other stuff like that too. So, be right back. Okay, I am back. I has the laptops. Turn the background music back.
For me to fix the game, so opened up my toolbox.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Scott. So, I have a few laptops. If you've been on my content before, you'll recognize this little guy. This is one I've been actively working on hacking to improve it and everything like that. This is the MNT Pocket Reform. Fully open source. You can even grab the electronic schematics to like send this out to have somebody build this for you if you wanted to. I'm still trying to improve it a little bit. It's running Debian 13. So far, I need to upgrade the CPU and the Wi-Fi card in there. Does it have 4G? Yeah, it has 4G. It has a 4G cell modem in here. We actually upgraded the antennas and did all that on stream one of these times. The cell antennas are actually right here. And then the Wi-Fi antenna is repositioned over here. And I replaced the back plate with anodized aluminum to reduce the temperature on it by about 30 degrees Celsius. So that I actually liked as a note-taking device. I'm gonna beef it up a little bit more. The original back plate was this guy over here, and they had a defect with these because they were supposed to be PCB all the way through, so you could actually send a signal. But the problem was they realized was, so it's copper, PCB. This was supposed to have copper all the way through, and then the PCB clear over there, so there's a manufacturing defect. But yeah, so I'm eventually going to get their replacement ones. They're selling them for about €6, and then I'm going to get the CPU upgrade for that. So, yeah, there's that. Now, as far as the laptops go, so if you're looking at a Razer laptop, the laptop I would recommend, hold on, this is what I actually got, and it could be a nice gaming laptop as well. This is the Tuxedo Computer Stellaris Slim 15. So, this is from a German company. I had it imported, of course. This is about $2,500 when you convert it, and that is with the NVIDIA 4070 on there, 96 gigabytes of RAM, an AMD Ryzen 7 8845HS, so that's 8 cores, 16 threads, and in an NVIDIA 4070, I think I said that a little earlier, 8 gigabytes of memory in that for the VRAM, 2 terabyte NVMe, 3 years of warranty. But the other reason why it cost a little bit is I paid $150 or so for the customization option. So this isn't a sticker. That was actually them silk screening, laser engraving it onto the laptop. So that isn't a sticker. That isn't a sticker. That is actually on the laptop. And the other thing they did as well is, I can get it zoomed in. Look at my keyboard. Do you notice the start button over there? They put my logo on it. So you can get this laptop customized in ways that a lot of manufacturers do not allow you to do. This is a great laptop. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. I haven't been able to take it out as much as I wanted. But you can charge it off of USB-C PD with a 100-watt charger, but you do want to get the bigger charger. I think it's like close to 200 watts. They have, it works fine. It's got a barrel jack as well, plus full Ethernet and HDMI, USB-C PD, display port. So you have a ton of I/O, an SD card, 2 USB 3.0A slots, or are they 3.1? Another one over here, USB-C, a headphone jack, which is combined with a microphone inside of there. Yeah, it's really great. Seem to like German engineering. Yeah, I actually do like German engineering from living out there. The MNT laptop is also German. So, yeah, they're great laptops over there. The other company that I also recommend people check out, System76. Covering up the QR code because TikTok gets kind of iffy. So this is the one I use Parrot OS on. This is the Pangolin. This is an older Pangolin. They have a newer version out that's a little bit more robust, a little bit more powerful. This one is close to 5 years old. It just started having its first issue, which is the battery capacity is down to 40%. I have a new battery coming in from China because this company, just like all the rest of these, are very much for right to repair. So you can look up in their documentation the exact battery model, and you can either contact System76 or you can order it from a third-party vendor. I ordered mine from a third-party vendor, and it's coming in from China. So last I checked, it is already stateside, but it has to come to me. But this has a Ryzen 7 5700U CPU in here, 64 gigabytes of RAM. I think it also has a 2 terabyte NVMe in here. Does not have an NVIDIA GPU, but this is a great little laptop that I like for Parrot OS, because it's the laptop that I replaced. This was my main laptop until I got the Tuxedo Computers laptop over there. The other laptop that I recommend people check out, well, not as much anymore, primarily because the hardware is still a little bit dated because they still haven't released a new model since they came out with this one. This is the Purism Librem 14. This is a little bit unique. So this one, you can't install Windows on. Plain and simple. You can't. I mean, if you do, it's kind of wasting time and everything. But this runs Pure OS on it. Not Pure OS, I'm sorry. Pure Boot, which is their fork of Core Boot, which is an open source firmware. And it also has their implementation of heads, which I'll show you what that means. Take off my cover over here. So it's actually signed with my PGP key. So this is going to show, okay, Librem key was not detective. So the Librem key is... Second. That's this little USB over here. So this is the security key that I have to plug in to verify. I mean, you don't have to, but you do if you want to check it. And what it'll do is a combination of HOTP as well as PGP checking, then verify, the green light's blinking over there, the boot files were not tampered with, as well as the firmware has not been tampered with. So anytime I do a kernel update, I have to re-sign it. This is the reasonably secure laptop that's running Qubes OS. This is a totally different paradigm of a laptop. Now, the reason why I generally don't recommend this laptop over here anymore, not that I don't like this laptop, is if you still buy the Purism Librem 14 now, it's still being sold with a Core i7 10710U, so it's still doing the 10th gen CPU. This is still great, don't get me wrong, but if I'm buying a new laptop in 2025, I don't want an Intel 10th generation CPU, which is why I'm looking at Nova Custom to be the replacement for the Qubes laptop, because Nova Custom, I can pull them up right now, they actually allow you to... And that laptop, by the way, has been with me to DEF CON 3 times. So it may make it to a 4th. It may be replaced. We'll see. But if you go to Nova Custom, I came across them on Mastodon. Like I've been saying, all the cybersecurity people have pretty much been on Mastodon and Blue Sky. A lot of us have left Twitter for various reasons. But Nova Custom actually has a website over here with a lot of laptops. Another European-based company. So they have this V54 laptop over here. They have the V56 as well. And yeah, we'll just switch that to USD. So they offer Desharo Core Boot, which is primarily what Pure Boot is based off of. How do you order your laptops with Intel Management Engine and Platform Security disabled out of the box? All these have it disabled out of the box. System 76, NNT, Tuxedo Computers, and Nova Custom, which I'm showing you, do not have Intel ME enabled. I'm getting to that part. So we'll select, a higher end display here, 2880 by 1880. Let's give it a Core Ultra 7 processor, 155H. You could get an NVIDIA GPU, but it's kind of a waste when you're talking about, running it with Qubes OS like I'm doing. Give it a 1 terabyte NVMe. That's more than enough. You can personalize it, have your own logo, upload a BIOS boot logo, which I would definitely do, as well as a palm rest engraving. The firmware options right here. So you can see, disable the Intel Management Engine out the box. No extra cost. Now, what I would be doing is Core Boot and Heads. That is a little bit different. That's similar to what I was showing you with the Pure Boot and the Librem key, where you would actually have this security key there, and then I would probably pay for 3 years of support from Desharo in case there's issues, and then you can get Qubes OS right out the box. I would select no operating system because I'm going to install Qubes myself, even though they have Qubes OS certified. I'd rather do it myself. And then, go through the options, everything like that. So... yeah, this is one of the options you can do. The other option is, like I said, System 76, Tuxedo Computers. All the ones that are Linux-focused manufacturers have privacy in mind out the box. So that's why you can most assuredly, in many cases, know that it's going to have ME disabled out of the box. So they have a new version of the Stellaris laptop that I have right now. Which that'll have the NVIDIA 5000 series. I have the NVIDIA 4000 series. So you can see the AMD version is all sold out. Yeah, the Gen 7, I think it is. Yeah. So you can get a 5070 Ti or a 5090 with a higher end CPU than what I had. So you can have all of that. And that's the AMD version. Now the Intel ones, yeah, I think they disable ME out of the box with these. Do you use any ARM or RISC-V machines? Yeah, this. The MNT Pocket Reform. This is currently running an i.MX8M Plus CPU, but I'm going to be upgrading this to the RK3588 CPU. So I will have, I think it's 8 cores with 16 gigabytes or 32 gigabytes of memory. There's 2 options there. So that'll be what I upgrade it to. Partially because I need to upgrade the wireless inside of there, and the built-in wireless on i.MX8M Plus is iffy at best. There's a reason why they don't offer it anymore, but MNT does offer it as a base CPU now, the RK3588. So that's a good thing. I'm just one of the early backers, which is why I have the i.MX8M Plus. Are they making a RISC V version of the mini laptop? They plan to. So they are extremely open source to the point their only social media is on Mastodon that I've been checking. And they've been talking about how they're trying to eventually have a RISC-V module. Now, the cool thing is, without opening mine, let's go to MNT and I can show you the teardown of the laptop. So as you can see, they're fully open source with all their hardware. So we can go to the MNT shop. So they have 2 laptops, the MNT Reform, the MNT Pocket Reform, plus they make graphics cards for the Amiga if you need. So this is the RK3588 upgrade bundle I was talking about. That's the CPU module right here, and that's the Wi-Fi card module to replace the headphone port and all that stuff, so I would probably be getting that. But if I can open up this, we can get a nice teardown, and you can see you can completely upgrade the CPU module. So the CPU module slots in right over here. Over here is where you put your NVMe. And over here is where you can put your M.2 Wi-Fi card or cell modem. In my case, I have a cell modem there. And then what I'm planning to do is... Here, let me pull a side-by-side so I can show you. Oh, they have a better picture right here. So as you can see, I would replace this board over here with the Wi-Fi card. It's going to stick out slightly. The RK3588 goes there. The NVMe is there. And then as you see, they have a cell modem right there. And they even have a SIM card slot there. And the cell modem works great. I used it while I was at DEF CON instead of using the Wi-Fi because the Wi-Fi was iffy. What else are you using running on your PC? This one's Pop OS. This laptop over here is Parrot OS. This laptop over here is also Pop OS. This laptop over here is Debian 13. If you can't tell, I like more of the Debian ecosystem. That's just what I grew up with and I'm used to. And a question, how was it when you migrated to Linux? Well, I migrated back in the Windows Vista days. Windows Vista pissed me off royally because a lot of my hardware was no longer working that used to work on Windows XP. Now, mind you, this is when I was going through like middle school, high school. So it was definitely a lot more involved than it used to be. That it forced me to go from a lot of my PC gaming more to console gaming because I was just that upset with Windows. And honestly, I'm grateful that I did that because I went through a lot of the issues. You know, it was an interesting time because your Wi-Fi drivers were iffy, your GPU drivers were iffy for Linux and a bunch of other things, and now a lot of that stuff's ironed out, where I firmly can tell people I game only on Linux, and I have the firm belief of if it's not going to work on Linux, I'm going to refund my money, and I'll find one of many other games out there. Like in a little bit, we're going to be playing Helldivers 2. And before that, I was playing Path of Exile 2. And we were also playing Watch Dogs the other day. And to give you an idea, like when everybody's like, what games can you play on Linux? I'll show you my game library and have you understand all these have been played on Linux. Like Apex at one point did work on Linux till they went with their stupid kernel level anti-cheat upgrade. But you can see, I have all these games over here that I've played at one point or another on Linux. You know, that's a pretty decent-sized library of games. So, these all worked on Linux, more or less, in many cases more, and I've not really had many issues. But yeah, how do you get TikTok Studio to work? I have a stream key. I pipe it into OBS. I have a whole separate computer over here running my streams. The reason why is I sometimes plug in devices, and I want a dedicated device because sometimes we actually have to boot the machine up, and I like to reboot the Linux desktop in case there's issues, and I keep everything separate. Not that necessarily that you have to do that. It was a case of I already had this machine over here because I needed bare metal Windows sometimes, and originally this was lower end. Originally when I built it at a Ryzen 5 3500 or 3400G with an NVIDIA 710, or I think it was a Quadro originally. It was meant to be like a lightweight CAD machine, and then I beefed it up to a Ryzen 7 5700X and an NVIDIA 3050. Originally I had a 1660 Super, but I wanted to get that RTX so that I could do some of the processing they do in audio video, and that's why I have a 3050. Eventually I'll upgrade this box over here to a 5050. Now my streaming box is running Windows 11 Enterprise, not Pro, not Home, and it's because I've had a Windows 7 Enterprise key that still works, and I still have Elgato hardware. Like I have the teleprompter over here, I have the capture card, I have the key lights over here, and I haven't really figured out how to get everything to translate over to Linux. LTSC or just Enterprise? Enterprise. It's full-on Enterprise. Like the volume license of Enterprise. So the MSP I used to work for, they allowed me to use their volume license key for my lab under the condition that even when I left, they had no issue with me continually using it, that I only use the key for myself. Because it's going to be outside the scope of if they ever do get a soft audit from Microsoft or something like that, because it's not in on-premise or anything like that, and it doesn't really check in the same way that they do, like if it was connected into an Active Directory server or Intune or such like that, because it's connected to my own identity provider and backend for my setup. But yeah. So, doesn't Valve have a computer compatibility layer for Linux? Yeah. They have Proton, which is a combination of DXVK and Wine. And I'm glad that you said it's compatibility layer, because a lot of people wrongfully use the word emulator. It's not emulating anything. Now, if you're using an ARM CPU to play Windows games that were x86, that's emulation. So bare metal Windows to get TikTok working? Not necessarily. I have a stream key, like a straight up OBS stream key. I can actually stream straight on Linux. I just happen to be using OBS on Windows because of the Elgato hardware. But I can use the same method to stream to TikTok with a stream key. No problem. So, yeah. Probably put these laptops away. Or forget them. And I am going to be documenting what bag this is that my laptops are in. This is the Briggs & Riley at work. I bought this like several years ago with some tax refund money. It is not... It's not a cheap bag, but it's a great value bag. But it is definitely kind of a sticker shock to many, but it's one of those kind of bags that if anything breaks on this bag, it is covered for the life of the bag. VNC to your servers or just SSH terminal? Just SSH. Why would I want to do VNC when SSH is just going to get me straight in, and 99% of the stuff that I need to do is through terminal? And honestly, I don't understand why so many people are intimidated by terminal, even on a Windows side of things, because terminal makes life easy. It really does. Like X40, Well, the reason why I don't want to do that either is you just have additional stuff, and I don't... When I set up my servers and stuff, I want to have the minimum amount of packages installed to the system. VNC is going to require additional configuration and setup, whereas SSH, all I have to do is generate the SSH RSA key and then drop that into the drop the public key into there as an accepted key, set up my SSHD config, or yeah, SSHD config, well, you know what I mean, and then get going from there. Recently bought Proton Unlimited, and oh my god, it's incredible. Proton Unlimited, like the you talking like Proton, the company? Proton? Or are you talking about Proton, the software that Valve has? I'm a little confused there. VPN, Proton Pass, that stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I am affiliated with Proton. I like their stuff. If you can't tell from the plugins on my browsers and some of the icons at the bottom of my desktop, I use them. So yeah, if any of you do want to use Proton by chance, shameless plug here, check the links in my bio, and all of that, and you can get Proton sometimes at a discount through my link. It kind of varies, but it costs you no more than you would getting through at the site, and it helps support my channel. Like, they actually kick me, full transparency, they kick me whenever you do a renewal. I still get money. It's not just the initial one. It helps fund my channel, period. And yeah, so definitely recommend Proton. And again, I'm not recommending it because I make money off of it. I was using Proton long before I was affiliated with them. Just to make that very clear. I will only ever recommend stuff I will actually use. If I can't believe in it, I'm not going to make any of you buy it. I'm not selling my soul out for that. I've seen too many creators go down that road, and it sickened me, and I don't want to be that kind of person. Yeah, the VPN, password manager, calendar, bunch of emails, 500 gigabyte drive, and some other stuff. Yeah, it's really great. I used it in part of my de-Googling a lot of myself many years ago. So originally, actually, I de-Googled myself, built my own email server, and then what I did is I forwarded the emails from my Google to my private email server. Those emails the forwarders are still hooked into there. And then what you can do is, well, I had my email server, but I had my own domain. So I bought Proton and then just transferred my domain over to there, imported all of my emails and everything over. I've still been cleaning out old stuff, but it was relatively painless. And I like their ecosystem for many different things. There's been a few complaints that I've had that I've actually reached out to them and let them know, and support's been pretty receptive to my feedback on things. A lot of it's just features and the way they configure things and all of that. You're concerned with a few things floating around last year about Proton. If you're talking about the few things that I think you're doing that, a lot of it was people that don't understand that email is not a secure medium to begin with. And there's, you know, a lot of things where I've had to explain it, and I wasn't trying to explain it as like, oh, I'm defending Proton, you know, just to defend them. It was because fundamentally they, yeah, they outed a French climate activist a little while ago, but they're under court order. So in that case, here's what you need to know. All companies, when you're logging in, regardless of what they're going to say, are more or less logging your IP that you are logging in with. They may not necessarily be logging what you're going to and from with, but they are logging where your activity is coming from, because they do need to do that for their own security systems. There's no way around it, especially with email. Email is such an archaic system, you just can't get around that. And what this activist was doing was, they were logging in with a ClearNet address. To be clear, the entire time, they could have used a Tor address. You can connect to all their stuff over Tor. And the other thing, I don't remember if this was specific to that, but I remember there was a case where there was a MAGA person that got caught because they actually had their email, not their Proton email or something like that, tied to the recovery method. And the recovery method was, it's always exposed because they have to be able to email where you're planning to recover your setting to. So you don't need to put that in, but obviously most of us, you know, if we lose access to our account, want to be able to recover that. Otherwise, Proton's not going to be able to help you either, besides clearing out everything. Yeah, Proton does have a way to pay in Bitcoin. They don't accept Monero as much as I would like them to. So you have to remember Bitcoin is pseudo-anonymous. What I mean by that is that if you know, if you don't know who is on the Bitcoin address, you won't know who it is. But if you know their Bitcoin address, you can then follow them on the blockchain, and I can show you exactly what I mean. And you can see all of their transactions. So let's do a little bit of blockchain OSINT, for example. And this is why you have to shard your wallets and do all that. So, like, we're just going to pull one random transaction out of them. Just pull one, okay? So I can see it came from this address over here. And I can see all the transactions that have happened in the past. If we take this address over here, put that in. Okay, so in this case, they've actually split it out. But we can follow it up the tree. And you can seriously just keep following it up. This is how a lot of financial intelligence is working to grab people. So let's see, we got 8Y, this is TCC. So then we can grab this address over here. So you can just keep following that up the chain. So that's what I mean by it's pseudo-anonymous. Now, if I end up actually knowing who this address belongs to, I can then actually see all their transactions. Shard the wallet. Well, what I mean is, you want to generate a new address every time you send and receive. Hardware wallets do this, for the most part. Trezor is really good about it. But yeah. Rob Braxman, on YouTube, he's done excellent Google content. He's done okay, but we do have to remember, I'm not trying to throw shade. He was caught in this whole, like, kerfuffle of the Braxman phone, which was kind of snake oily. There was a lot of, stuff around that, if I remember. Yeah, like, you can see there's, like, Reddits from years ago. He pushed this phone to de-Google and all that, and it was just... It was not that great. It was really bad for him. But just be mindful of that. I'm not trying to throw shade, but that definitely was a blunder. Yeah. And apparently... I was trying to find this. Somebody actually wrote an issue where, hold on. Yeah, there's a lot of people that were doing, there was something about it violating GPL, GNU public license. I can't remember the specifics. It was a while ago. So just be careful of that. So you got to be careful, unfortunately, in this space. There's a lot of people that are going to do shady things. Like, you know, you have the dude that's like, you can make 90K in 90 days by getting into cyber doing this. Don't trust that money. You'll find a lot of people that sensationalize different things. Braxman is one of those people where I find he's sensationalized a bit of things. Not saying he's always wrong. But I'm just saying, you got to be mindful of a few things. Now, there are great cybersecurity and tech creators out there. I'm not saying that, you know, they're, you know, like, it's a horrible space, but you got to be careful on some of the people out there. Like, let me put it in perspective. Like, there were people I got into arguments with for like about a year or two about pirate software, and I just kept saying, I'm not too sure about this guy. And they're like, well, he's got a black badge at DEF CON, and he worked at Blizzard Software for 7 years. he was a pen tester for the Department of Energy. And, like, it's coming out like, no, he wasn't that really hot. I mean, yeah. I think we've all been privy to the recent developments that have come about. And it's kind of interesting that last year, he was all over the place. When I was at DEF CON, several people told me he ran into him. They ran into him. And this year, I don't think he went to DEF CON, because I had several people that told me they didn't see him at all. They saw other people, other popular people. Like, I ran into Ham Radio Crash Course. I ran into Naomi Brockwell. I listened to one of her speeches. Wonderful. It was fantastic actually see her in person and, get to shake her hand for all the work that she's done. She is an immense credit to the community, bar none. She has set a high bar for the entire community, nonetheless. I cannot say enough good, positive things about Naomi, and she was a wonderful person to meet in person, too. Have you seen the tweet from his ex-coworker at Blizzard? Yeah, I saw that, as well as I saw the interview that went on with Quinthio about how apparently he left the apartment in a really disgusting state, and he really didn't contribute that much to the overall team. He definitely was a little bit more of a Nepo baby because he was kind of allowed to do whatever he wanted because he was related to, his father was some higher up mucky muck there. That movie was great. The ending got me dying. Oh, Animal House, what we were watching last night, movie night? Yeah, it's a great movie and a classic. I noticed a lot of people didn't go to DEF CON. Well, there were still 35,000 people that went to DEF CON. There was still a good amount of people there. I noticed there were fewer international people, but there was a few new people that I know came across that were creator friends or in my community. There were a few others. I did hear of one creator, I'm not going to name names, that I was told by several people that I ran into that they were really rude to them. Apparently they had an issue with, like, social anxiety and everything, but and they didn't like the fact that they were in public and they were getting recognized and people were coming up to them and, wanting to talk to them. And look, if you're going to be a content creator, that's unfortunately one of the things that's going to happen. And you have to expect that as you become popular, even at the micro-influencer stage, people are going to want to talk to you. They're going to want to, thank you for, inspiring you or pick your brain about different projects. And I ran into, I'd have to say at least 40 or 50 people that wanted to, chat with me. And I did my best to, give them time as allowed, because I did have to go to talks and I had my own agenda for things like that. But that is an expectation I had with the popularity that I have. And there was one creator that apparently was, in many people's words, was disrespectful. And that's fine. You can always put up a piece of content beforehand to establish your rules and boundaries. Like, hey, I have social anxiety. If you see me in public, please don't come up to me. Whereas, like, Colonel Dump and I will tell you, like, if you see us, like, and we're not in the middle of, like, paying for something, or we're on a phone call, obviously, or, something, that in depth, you can feel free to come up to us. We had, people come up to us while we're walking around. I had people that came up to me while I was in the middle of walking to a talk. I gave them, at least a few seconds of my time. And then I said, look, I'd love to spend more time, but I have to make it to this talk. And I gave stickers out to everyone that was there that I could possibly, give stickers to. Who's trying to get popular inside of a situation like this? They were another creator on the tech side that had gone to DEF CON and didn't like that people kept coming up to them to, say hi, want to offer to buy them drinks, just doing the usual thing that you expect, for lack of better wording, the, I guess, the parasocial thing. Look, I had so many people that told me about how I helped them get into tech, or they watched my content to, you know, guide their, you know, ways. Some of them were saying, like, I'm the reason, you know, they either got into tech, got back into tech, or stuff like that. And I love hearing these stories. That's why I do all this content and stuff. I want to build a community. I want to make sure people get, you know, reliable information as best as possible that can guide them in the right ways, because I've seen a lot of people get swindled by bad advice. But there are also a lot of people out there that get really full of themselves, unfortunately, and are doing it for the, you know, I don't know if I could say the wrong reasons, but definitely reasons that it feels more like high school never ends, shall we say. But yeah, I think he fell into the mediocre dev trap where he's full on hubris king. That is a possibility. I think there's a lot of people that have been tearing apart his code. And then, there's just been a few things that he said on the cybersecurity front that made me raise an eyebrow. But before he, you know, hit critical mass on things, my perspective was, I don't really watch him. I don't care for his content, but it's not really worth my time to dive in. Then when the whole stop killing games thing came about and people were starting to dissect things, that's when I, you know, remembered the, few things he said. Like, the one that stuck out most in my mind was when he said VPN is never a security tool. And the one thing you'll learn at networking is VPN is in fact a security tool. Dave, you got burned. What year did you go to DEF CON? I've been going to DEF CON the past 3 years. I'm wearing a DEF CON t-shirt. I have a DEF CON t-shirt. I have a DEF CON flag. 2 DEF CON flags. But yeah, I've gone to DEF CON for 3 years. I'm already talking about DEF CON for the 4th year. What year did you last see a woman? Every year. Like, I even had every year there's women at DEF CON. I don't know why this surprises people. One of my mentors, she was a DEF CON speaker. Yeah, really. DEF CON is for everyone. Like, I got some photos I can't really share because, it's not that they're lewd or anything. It's a privacy aspect of things. Some photos I take, I don't want to put on the web. But, is DEF CON that K-pop festival? No. DEF CON is the world's largest cybersecurity and hacking convention. No, Naomi Brockwell was at DEF CON. I can show that picture. If you don't know who she is, she's one of the largest creators for privacy and technology. See? I don't go to 4chan. I haven't been on 4chan and actually browsed that since middle school. Maybe high school. I don't know why it surprises you to find out women are in tech. Cybersecurity, technology, the whole STEM field. It's for everyone. Doesn't matter what your, you know, genitalia are. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. They didn't have the internet when you were in middle school. How old do you think I am? I'm only in my early 30s. You ever check out strudels.cc for music making? I have not. Vampire, hush you. Thinking about opening an IRC server. I mean, you can, but IRC is more or less a dying medium. A lot of the ideas around IRC. Not saying that they aren't available, but a lot of the people that would use IRC would probably be more on Matrix Protocol these days. Not to say that there isn't IRC servers out there, but yeah. Oh, I know, Vampire, you're joking. I'm younger than you, that makes me feel unaccomplished. Everyone has their own base. I'm in my late 30s. I remember using Alta Vista. I remember Alta Vista! I don't visibly see that many women, and there are many men who think it's a joke to say never teach your wife where money comes from. I don't think that's cool, especially being from a Middle Eastern family, because traditionally, the women in my family were the ones that, you know, kind of controlled the purse and more or less wore the pants in the family. I'm still crying when I have a problem in Freenode district chat. Quick advice on someone graduating with her bachelor's inside the security. Okay, what are you trying to get advice on? Ask Jeeves! Ask Jeeves. That's definitely a dated thing. The butler giving you answers. I remember Dogpile. Do y'all remember Dogpile? Like, there's so many different alternatives to Google back in the day. It was kind of crazy. And I also remember how much of a Wild West the internet was once upon a time. Some people still use Jeeves. Does Jeeves still exist? Oh, it's just ask.com now. No, wait. I think it's just ask.com now. Yeah, it's ask.com, known originally as Ask Jeeves. Remember InfoSeek? Good God, you're pulling, like, deep recessed memories out of my mind. It was the Wild West exactly now. It's all corporate, and yeah, it's definitely gotten way more corporate. And that's why they're trying to censor so much crap. Because they can. Man, I remember when NetBeans was a thing, when they were trying to make that whole internet currency long before cryptocurrency was a thing. Allergies are driving my nose crazy. Did Jeeves retire or get laid off? I think they took him out back and gave him the old Yeller treatment. Do you remember? I remember. The member berries. Okay. I had some other videos I wanted to take a look at. Before we wanted to get into the Helldivers 2. So we got a few videos. Don't know. We're not going to watch everything today. Because I do want to leave some things for tomorrow. What's your take on Harmony OS? Harmony OS, isn't that the one that's made by Huawei or Xiaomi, if I remember? It sounds familiar, but I'm not exactly ringing a bell. I just want to make sure I'm talking about the same thing. Have you heard of Maker Faire in Hanover, Germany? Yes, I have. It's been on my bucket list to check out. Harmony OS. Okay. So the only reason that I have issues with it is knowing, again, I'm not hating on it because it's Chinese. I'm hating on it because of the regulations I know that exist in the Chinese state right now, where they allow for backdoors and a little bit more control on things. I think it's, if we put that aside, I think it's a pretty nice operating system from what I played with it in very limited doses. Again, I'm in the US, so it's really a embargoed product. It's not allowed to be sold here, and any devices that use it don't really work. But the little bit that I got to play with it while I was in Portugal, where it's not embargoed, it was a really interesting operating system, and I thought it was pretty neat and clean. Would I ever use it myself? No. For the reasons I mentioned earlier on. Remember GeoCities where people would post .gifs, clip art, and whatever they want on their page? Yes. Do you remember when everyone learned about HTML and CSS by setting up their MySpace page? Because that's how I learned a lot of my first coding. Okay, so we got this video over here from Chris Norland. He's one of my, I guess you could say political content creators that I actually do follow. He had this video a few days ago about the NVIDIA AI stock bubble with the earnings exposed. And I wanted to watch what he said. He's one of the very few, I guess you could say, political content creators. He's not always political, that I actually like watching. Because a lot of them tend to be a little bit full of themselves, if that makes sense. Whereas I think he gives a more balanced and realistic approach on a lot of things. So let's go into this.
Following the market the last couple of years, you'll know that the AI hype / craze has been what's largely driving it. Again, talking about the markets. You'll also know that the big winner has been NVIDIA. And so the question is, how long can this AI craze go? Well, NVIDIA just had their earnings today, and I want to go over it with you. And let's just jump right in. So these are the headlines. NVIDIA breaks sales record despite Chinese trade hiccups. And there's a whole rigmarole with that, whether or not NVIDIA should sell chips to China at all. Then Trump wanted a piece of the action. If NVIDIA is indeed going to sell chips, he's like, hey, give me 15% of the revenue. So there's that. And essentially what it is, NVIDIA is the most valuable company in the world these days. It was Apple for quite a long time. Now Apple's in third spot. And Microsoft is number 2. Then you got Google, Amazon, Meta, right, your Facebook. Saudi Aramco, Broadcom, TSM, Tesla is still up there. So Tesla's still a bubble. Yes, it totally is. And Berkshire Hathaway. I do want to note that Berkshire Hathaway has been selling off a ton of Apple. Every time I check on them, Warren Buffett and the boys are like, hey, let's just dump more Apple. Now, they've never been a big buyer of, say, like an NVIDIA. That's been a lot of the sort of younger, newer hedge funds, and they've done quite well. If you went all in on NVIDIA, you've done absolutely fantastic. So congratulations to people who.
I wish I went harder on it.
But the question is, how long can this go?
Not that long.
When you look at NVIDIA, you can see right there. I mean, they're the blue line right there. Like they've been driving the market like crazy.
Right.
If you are in the market and you have an index fund, which I recommend for most people, because then you don't have to worry about picking winners and losers.
I got mostly index funds in my portfolio.
NVIDIA has been a large chunk of the returns. And then what we do is we check is like, okay, is there still economic activity? Is NVIDIA still making money? Is there still the AI craze? Well, this chart here tells you a lot. So there are predictions in here, okay? So some of it is actual, others are predictions, but they're just like, yo, this is their quarterly revenue. It just keeps going up. So, I mean, at the moment, it seems like the money is indeed flowing, but here's the big but. You have to understand the markets are forward-looking, and the idea is that, I'm investing in something now, I'm buying a stock, and I'm hoping everyone else, buys said stock, and we're all expecting it to grow to infinity. However, there's going to be a point where the growth is going to slow. And that's the question. Are we here already? Sam Altman recently was saying, there's definitely hype in the markets. And Sam Altman's the OpenAI guy, which I talk about several times on this channel.
Okay, so we got to pause for a second. So you remember a few months ago, actually about a year ago, I went to Web Summit to get an idea of what the investment scene was like, and it was overwhelmingly overhyped for AI. They were still talking about hyping up blockchains. There was this stupid car I saw, the TOG car, which its big claim to fame was you can, make NFTs from it and you can display your NFT in it, which I was just like, wait, great, more reason to steal this car because they'll know what you have. But I remember when I was at Web Summit, and this was before DeepSeek actually really came out and really disrupted a lot of the market. The amount of BS AI products out there was astounding. And then also on the reciprocal, I saw so many investors go to products that didn't have AI involved, didn't need AI involved, asking, how do you get AI involved in this? The investors were more desiring of AI in their products, even when it didn't make sense that you had a lot of these products baking in AI to their products, that it then became just a buzzword hype thing just to attract investment. And I'm betting a lot of the investors out there that put money into the companies that they were like, oh, this is an AI product that we actually like at Web Summit, probably lost their ass, especially after DeepSeek was released and showed them that the training was not as expensive as they actually believed it to be. Any more competition for CPUs and GPUs? Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
And then the Jensen Huang guy during all the earnings calls, he has to convince everyone, no, the spending is going to keep continuing and we're going to keep, doubling everything and it's all going to be awesome.
It's sounding like Enron or .com bubble.
Revenue actually exploded. I mean, you can see it the last, year really from 24 to 25.
Yeah, but this jump is
like, whoop,
this is unrealistic.
We need to go out and buy NVIDIA chips. So this was the headlines then from Bloomberg. NVIDIA falls, referring to the stock, after data center revenue misses estimate. Okay. So again, Wall Street estimates are just really high on this thing. They want it to just keep growing to infinity. But there comes a point where simplest way to describe it is, let's say, for example, every state and every city in the nation builds a data center. Okay. So the first couple of years,
I am not doing 5 push-ups now. I did upper body the other day.
Point where like, okay,
I will bank that until tomorrow.
Growth will slow. And so that's the question is when do you reach the, saturation point where you just can't build any more of these things? We're not going to buy any more. And then NVIDIA is probably going to have to get people addicted to their chips. That'll be their business model to where, hey, you buy this year's version. And
hey, kid, the first one's free.
You got to buy it again, right? And you got to keep convincing people to do that every year. But I think the money's eventually going to dry up. I think we can all see it. It's just when. So this is what it says here. Quarterly data center sales miss estimates, although not exactly what Wall Street expected. Sees third quarter revenue of $54 billion.
Oh, lights out? That's when I turn off my lights.
Okay. Company adds $60 billion to share buyback plan. So I guess we're just buying back more shares. I know Jensen Huang's been selling shares also. Just want to be aware of that. That's not a big news necessarily because what they do, the CEOs have these stock plans in place and they'll kind of regularly do that. No H20 sales to China customers in second quarter. Okay, that's big. So what's going on with because if you want to have, growth forever, you got to sell it to as many places as you can, of course.
Right.
And then shares are down 3%.
And China's a huge market.
Okay. So that means it's less than expectations. And this is a summary real quick. It says, so less than 10 minutes from the conference call, the roundup of opinions is that this is far from a disaster. Well, that's good news, but short of lofty expectations that are commonplace for NVIDIA, right? We want to hear Jensen say that everything's going to go awesome and you're all going to go to the moon. And in fact, I mean, you can see it in the numbers here. It's like revenue jumps 56% on robust AI demand. So clearly there's still money, going to it, but for how long? And so then what they do, and this is kind of funny when you read through this stuff, the CEO of any company has to come out and say, hey, everything's awesome and great. And Jensen then goes through the rigmarole trying to convince you that the spending is going to continue. And so this is sort of why, if you guys understand all this together, we track the markets of like, okay, where's the money flowing? You also want to track the politics of a particular country of like, hey, the government's encouraging people to invest in this, encouraging people to invest in that. They're giving tax credits for this or that, or they're cutting back regulations for this or that. And then the ramifications of all these things, it's all connected.
Makes sense.
The big problem I have with the AI stuff is the end game. The end game is we're all going to buy these chips to ultimately they argue that we're going to have more productivity. But I think that what it really means is, CEOs of companies, because it's all
what does that look like in the end goal?
Profit margins.
That's the question I still have too.
For example, if I can, hire someone really cheap, right, inexpensive, and doesn't matter which country they're in or what city they're in, I just want cheap labor, I will do that. And many companies have done that. And that's
okay, we're going to pause for a second here. And that is one problem that you've actually seen with some companies where they believe in AI so much, unreasonably so. I forgot which company it was. There's actually probably been a few that do this. They laid off their customer service team and just had AI, LLMs handle all of it. And it was so atrocious, they eventually had to hire people back. It's a huge fallacy to believe that, at least in the current state right now, a machine will be able to replace a human entirely. especially in various fields. Look, I've heard this argument in many different ways in tech. Like, there were people saying, well, software-defined networks are going to get rid of network engineers. And I was like, no, you're going to need network engineers to program the software-defined networks. You just probably won't need to architect it in the ways that we did prior. But, yeah. I can sell ice to Eskimos, and the ice is real. Yeah. What's scary for me with AI is militaries, including ours, is investing in AI killer drones. Yeah, like we didn't see Terminator and Skynet and all of what can happen there. And I know it might be a little bit tinfoil hatty, but what's to stop a machine to have wrong programming to determine that we, the humans, aren't the threat to the planet or whatever? Or there's just so many things that could possibly go wrong with this situation. But nonetheless, the point that I was trying to make is that what is the end goal with all these companies going to AI? What's the point of all this investment in here? Because right now, a lot of it feels like it's just this hyped up thing that everyone's doing for the sake of doing, but we're not having the end goal of what the actual benefit is going to be out of this. And this reminds me very much of the blockchain hype that we had many years ago, where everyone was, hyping up blockchain as this end-all, be-all magic solution to all of our problems. But those of us that were in the tech world were like, yeah, I can solve a few problems here, like, where we need better paper trails and auditing and stuff like that. But blockchain isn't this solution to everything. And you have a bunch of TikTokers and, other content creators that were shilling blockchain solutions for everything. And I got into arguments with quite a few of them because they, it was Dunning-Kruger effect where they, were so ignorant of the, grand scale of how technology works that they don't understand blockchain is just a small piece of technology that isn't this magic bullet for everything. I get that too, but if an AI drone kills a civilian or there's a friendly fire incident, there is no one to hold accountable for it. Well, yeah, that's the problem. You have the Skynet problem all over again. But anyway, let's continue the video that he has here.
This creates a lot of problems that we have today, as you guys know, say in the USA, because people are like, they took our jobs, which I totally understand. I don't want to downplay. I just want to explain it that this is all a drive for profit, right? And once you get this world, you get it. So then in the AI situation, if a CEO is like, hey, if I could just fire all my workers and just have a bunch of robots that work 24/7, they don't complain, they do whatever I say, I'm going with that, right? But the problem is, I'm sure you can see it coming, is, okay, so if all the robots run everything, what do the humans do and who's going to buy said products? Like,
and that's where we have the argument about universal basic income.
In the most simplest terms, if I automate everything at McDonald's, right, which you certainly can do, and there's always going to be innovations.
There are robots to do that, by the way.
You can make burgers faster, shakes faster, stuff like that. Okay, so then let's say we take out all the humans of McDonald's, for example, and we have all these robots and AI and kiosks and stuff like that. So then if I don't have jobs at McDonald's, where's my money going to come from to buy stuff at McDonald's? You guys see where this is going. Now, certainly the economy will transform to where there's some jobs that we just don't do so much anymore, right? If you go to, like, say, for example, an auto factory, we use that example, and you get these big robot arms, or you go to Amazon, shipping factory, again, big robot arms or whatever. This is one
Parts,
example.
Things like that,
There's
yeah.
certain things that are just definitely way more efficient with machines, so we just need less labor. And so then you have to think about how can you get your skills to reorient to match the current labor needs of the market. And some people, like, how can I
learn to be the machinist, the mechanic for the machines.
Always adapt with the changes, and that's something I try to do with you guys on the channel every day. Is just keep you informed, which is a big part of adapting to everyday life.
It's similar to what I tell you, that you have to unlearn what you've learned, and about every 5 years, this entire industry in cybersecurity and tech is going to change.
In your industry, you always learn something new every day, and there's so many benefits to that. And as I always say, your mind is a muscle, just like your body, and you have to exercise it every day.
Yep.
And yes, I do exercise, both my mind and my body as best as I can, because I do mention I don't film in the gym, and I probably should, I guess, just to demonstrate it to you guys, because I want to emphasize that it's not just your mind. You do also have to have a healthy body, be it eat food that's healthy, exercise.
AI is dumb in a way people don't get. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's great for like specific tasks, but I've caught it in
I want you guys to
mistakes
see
very
the full
often
perspective.
with my little coding
Going
needs.
back to the market stuff, if you talk about Jensen Huang, so he tries to make the case as like, this is what he says. He says, Huang is arguing that just 4 hyperscalers have doubled investment to $600 billion per year. Well, what happened when everyone else starts writing big checks? So he's making the case, guys, look at all these companies, everyone out there, they're all going to buy our chips and everyone's going to invest a whole bunch of money in this stuff. And so, right, he's trying to convince everyone.
This is feeling very much like .com
And they
boom.
might be. Maybe we're all going to be buying NVIDIA, possibly. Wong is asked about the forecast of $3 trillion to $4 trillion being spent in AI infrastructure, data centers and such, by the end of the decade, and how much he thinks NVIDIA will capture. Now, that's the interesting part because there's going to be competition for NVIDIA in the future. So I would agree we're going to keep buying chips the same way we're going to keep, well, let me correct myself. I say the same way we keep buying computers. I'll correct myself there because actually one thing I've been impressed with NVIDIA, because I started to see it here in Korea, and I know it's also in USA, and it's actually been a pretty interesting rollout. People are going to actually be buying less hardware, and ultimately we're going to be doing a lot of cloud streaming stuff. Now, it's going to depend on your situation if you have fast enough internet, and the basic idea is that you won't need to upgrade your hardware every year because you'll be streaming from a remote computer.
Not in the USA if they keep with this crappy internet we got. A lot of the USA is still on copper.
So, you have very low latency. Point being, though, is that as a consumer, it actually is pretty cool if I can, do whatever computer needs that I want to do from my phone or my tablet, and I don't have to worry about hardware, and then I'd subscribe to a monthly subscription to use NVIDIA servers or whatever, because I think other companies are going to get in this game. And then the thing for NVIDIA, they're going to say, okay, we're going to get on the platform side to sell people our, cloud services, etc. And then other companies, even if they want to get into that, ocean, if you want to call it blue or whatever, they're also going to buy NVIDIA chips. The thing I want to mention, but that's what Jensen Huang would say. The thing I want to mention, though, is that what happens when China gets into the game and heavily into the game, right? The same way
it's a matter of time.
China is now making a lot of electric vehicles. They're making phones, all kinds of stuff. And it's not just China. Don't discount the Koreans. I'm here in Korea. I'm just telling you guys.
They're already trying to make RISC-V CPUs over in China, and it wouldn't be surprising if they make an ASIC or an FPGA that actually compete against NVIDIA in due time. Give it time. It'll happen.
At every single company in China, but I do know there is a fight definitely to get their hands on said natural minerals or rare earth minerals, whatever you need to make the stuff. And this is also where you get into international conflict / war over these things, fight over resources, right? But China will ultimately, though, come in cheaper, as it looks like they're already doing, and perhaps surpass NVIDIA. And so that's where, from the U.S. perspective, you want workers who are knowledge-based workers who can design better stuff and try to keep ahead. So I do agree in the respects, because I want to be honest with you, so
ironically, by shutting off China, that actually doesn't allow us to compete and learn more. We've already seen that, where people are surprised by how advanced China is in many markets.
And so the problem with the Trump people is they're doing two things at the same time. They say, hey, let's try to be the best that we possibly be, but yet Trump people are all saying, hey, let's attack education and defund things. So it doesn't really make sense, but the lot of stuff they do that don't make sense. But China, though, is developing their chip industry, and I mean, look out. I'm telling you guys, it's real. Anyone who's ever been to Asia, you'll know. I'm not just making random stuff up. China's a real country, same way that Japan is, or Korea is, etc. And you never know. I mean, someday maybe India, Vietnam, Thailand, some of these other countries will start to get into this game as well. It's just a matter of
I can
time.
definitely see India picking up.
You can see headlines here. China seeks to triple output of AI chips in race with the U.S. And in fact, Lutnick, as I was showing you guys before, he was kind of insulting China, but Lutnick does a lot, and sort of people in Trump's administration do that quite a lot. And it actually really ticks off foreign governments and foreign consumers. And in a place like China, if the government says, you're not buying American stuff, they just won't do it, because literally the government can force companies not to do it. So it's a whole other ballgame over there. So that's where we're at right now. I just want to give you guys an overview. Yes, NVIDIA is still making money. They didn't meet expectations of Wall Street, right? So Wall Street's like, hey, you're going to grow to infinity. And also, too, it looks like we're definitely in some sort of a bubble. But when exactly the bubble will pop and how much it'll pop is anyone's guess. But I do worry about the end game, as I talk about quite a bit on this channel. So that's what's going on. I'd love to hear your thoughts, and I'll catch you all in the next video.
So overall, great video. Like I said, I like Chris. He, I think, makes some really great points as well. But like I was talking about, and I alluded to a few points, the problem is that you have a lot of people that are just trying to grow AI for the sake of growing AI. It's this very similar trend we see where we just grow a market for the sake of growing the market. We saw it the dot-com bubble. We saw it with the real estate, with subprime mortgages prior to the financial crash. We saw it with the blockchain, whole thing there, where everyone was hyping up blockchain stuff, and we now have still people hyping it up with scam projects all the time. And AI is the latest thing there. And a lot of people can't sit back and explain to me why AI in their product actually makes sense. Now, there are many cases where it does make sense. Like object recognition, if you're in a car to detect you have a child there, something like that. But the interesting thing about AI is overall, it's not really anything new. It's just hit the mainstream, because what we know as AI is the buzzword version of machine learning. We've been doing machine learning for many, many years. Now, I do see that China is eventually going to compete against the AI markets that we see here in the West, because China can produce things a lot more cheaply and at scale. They have a lot of the base component manufacturing stuff we don't have in the US. Now, if we're talking about the lithography things, yes, there's a bit of a limitation there, because a lot of that, I forget, there's a company, I want to say they're in the Netherlands. They're the only ones that have the most advanced ones. But RISC-V is an open source architecture. There's nothing to really stop them from pushing more RISC-V CPUs and then developing some kind of FPGA or ASIC that can then actually accelerate LLM AI processes. They're already coming out with technologies that are already quite interesting, and in many cases better than the alternatives we have here in the West. Like, they have this standard, I think it's called GPMI, General Purpose Media Interface, if I recall correctly, which actually looks really interesting and basically does a lot of the things that we see better, because you have one cable to do all these standards that they don't have to deal with and can deliver a lot more power. The reality is, by cutting off access to the Chinese market for American companies, that's cutting off the nose to spite the face, because you see a lot of people, when they actually look at the Chinese market and how the technology sector is over there, are just gobsmacked about how the situation is, that they are so far ahead with a lot of their EV sectors and other things like that, because now America is developing in this bubble without understanding of all these things outside of there. So the ironic thing is the West likes to portray themselves as, lovers of democracy and free markets, but have ironically shut themselves off from a market that would allow them to have an exchange of ideas that they could, ping pong off of and better improve. And a lot of the West still has this mindset that China is still in the 1980s, 1990s China that is cheap labor, non-educated, things like that. And they've actually rocketed past a lot of that, where there is a whole educated sector around there. Now, I will be honest with you that after talking to a few of my counterparts over there in the cybersecurity world in China, they don't have as deep of an understanding of certain technologies as we do, primarily because they don't actively allow that to be discussed and open. Like, when we go to DEF CON, we're talking about privacy technologies. VPNs are obviously discussed out in the open. Tor, the Onion Relay, I2P, Valid. These are all commonplace technologies that we all discuss, whereas a lot of that isn't as well known in China. That I was talking to a friend that actually went to DEF CON China. Yes, they have a DEF CON out there too. And they say it's a lot more sanitized compared to the DEF CON that we have out here. The same thing, I think, probably is going to be a similar situation with DEF CON in Bahrain, because they're going to be starting to do that out there. I think that'd be interesting to go see what the Middle East cybersecurity sector is like. Talking to a couple of friends and members of the community that have told me about what it's like being in Dubai, doing tech out there and things like that, and the different cultural differences is quite interesting. But yeah, overall, I definitely still see AI as a bubble. When will it pop? I don't know. What will the end result of this be? I don't know. But I do know that a lot of executives that don't understand AI are looking at this as how they can possibly displace a lot of their workforce, when in reality, I see it more so as it will probably be tools more so to assist the current workforce and make them more efficient, similar to what I do, that I'm flipping between ChatGPT and Amazon Q at work to create some code more expeditiously, but it's making mistakes and all that all the time. I'm not gonna deny that it is fallible. Like, for example, a lot of the lambdas that I keep creating, and it like makes the framework for it, for some reason keeps trying to make it out of Python 3.9 when we're on Python 3.12. So obviously I want it to use the newer framework, and I have to go back and forth with it and correct it on its own logic very often. So yeah, but I do see that AI LLMs may potentially replace what I would see as repetitive work. So if you actually are in a job where you can actually do the same job over and over and over, like think about like someone who's flipping burgers. You know, that is a process that could actually be scripted, repeated, and consistently done without much, you know, nuance to the entire thing shifting. That may be automated. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The question will become, at what point is it more cost effective to push these methods? Now, what's interesting is I'm already seeing LLMs, AI actually being used in some drive-thrus, where I went to a Wendy's the other day and I spoke into it, gave it my order. It took everything in, even when I had to correct certain things, and I didn't even interact with a human until I went to the cash register. And that was interesting. You know, you spoke into the window, do the, you know, I want a, you know, a double hamburger, fries, you know, a soda water, may I get some chicken nuggets, and then be like, go back and say, hey, I don't want cheese on that burger. And it actually took in all that data, fed it in, gave them the ticket, you know, so that they were processing it on their end. So you no longer have the person on the headset dealing with that situation. So the question then becomes, at what point are the other roles possibly going to be replaced to, do y'all remember the Back to the Future, what was it, part 2? Part 2, when Marty went into the diner and it was run by robots and all of that stuff. I don't see us getting too far away from that situation. Was your order correct, and how was the payment process? The order was correct. The payment process was the same. I pulled up and I actually saw a person and I handed them my card, and, you know, I paid for it the same way there. The difference was when I pulled up to the window, they were able to take my order, but I was not talking to an actual human. I was talking to an LLM with a voice transcription. That was the main difference there. Now, as far as the order, it was correct. But I haven't had enough sample data to say, is this consistently going to be a thing? Because here's the thing. There's been a lot of times where I've looked at my own ticket, and I know for a fact I don't ever order cheeseburger. I don't like cheeseburgers, so I always get a hamburger without cheese. And I explicitly will have on the ticket no cheese. And there's a lot of times that I'll go into like Wendy's, Burger King, I don't really go to McDonald's, but, or, you know, wherever, and I will look at my ticket and it says no cheese, but there is cheese. So the question becomes, will that happen? And I haven't had enough sample size for that, and I don't really order fast food enough. I maybe do it like once every other week for that kind of stuff. Other than that, it's usually I'm going to a taqueria, getting some good tacos off a taco truck and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see what it's like. But yeah, as far as thoughts on Google locking down Android. So I actually have a video on that. Thank you for reminding me. I need to check. Did I actually record that? If not, that is on my agenda to record tomorrow. Yeah, I did record it. I didn't edit it. I completely forgot about that. But there is a video over here. So you can see. It's in my to be edited. As you can see, there's a Matroska file over there. So I just have to throw that to KDN Live, edit this video. The teleprompter makes it a lot easier since I've started using that a few months ago to record my videos in one shot with a script. what I do, for those of you that are curious while we're talking about LLMs, I get a general outline of my script, what I want to do. More or less a word vomit. And then what I do is I feed that into an LLM, and I go back and forth it to reformat it, add little details, things like that. And then once that's formatted in a way I like, you know, both manual tweaks and LLM, adding a few things, changing some verbiage and all that, then I actually go into putting it on the teleprompter, record the video on this same camera over here, and then I go to editing it on Kden Live. But yeah, so yeah. I sideload all the time on Android. I do all the time with my Graphene OS device. Graphene OS, you almost always have to. And that's the other thing, and I touch on in the video that I'm going to be having about this, so thank you for reminding me. I'm going to try to have that video out. I had a video come out today. I have another video coming out tomorrow. I have another video coming out on Thursday. So I'm going to try to slate that video maybe for Saturday. I'm trying to space these videos out a little bit more. And then I have a few more videos to talk about. I'm trying to recreate a lot of my original TikTok content for YouTube and make it higher quality and better production value than just using a phone. So, and part of that is I keep having people ask me the same things on TikTok. And the honest truth is, while I appreciate people asking me, you know, all these different things, and I'm more than glad to help, the annoying thing with TikTok is I've already had situations where I've talked about the same thing in like 8 different videos. No joke. Where I've rehashed the same thing, being on content in 5 years, and it's the same thing 8 times over 5 years. So I'm trying to get away from that because with what do you call it? TikTok, you can't really have much searchability with it. Whereas with YouTube, I can at least create that library. People can then look up my old content and then find what they need to have. That's already been pretty successful. That's why, you know, you go on my streams and people will be like, well, what about this? And I'm like, go check this YouTube video. The reason why is because I do a lot of research into these videos, and there's so many different things I'm dealing with that I don't want to forget little things here and there. So I can focus on this one video, the script with it, get as much detail in there, and then maybe at most have one follow-up video with some things that I forgot about. Or a comment that I can have underneath, you know, filling in the gaps. But, yeah. Anyway, we had another video. Okay. So, we had a couple more videos I wanted to look in. We saw this one server broke everything. I'm trying to see. A couple of these videos weren't really worth going through the whole way. But, let's see. We got Keir Starmer loses privacy battle over encryption. So, we're gonna pull this video up here. So this is Keir Starmer loses privacy battle over encryption. It probably helps if I bring up the screen before I play the video. So this is Keir Starmer. That is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The one that's been really pushing for the UK Online Safety Act along with his party. And this creator, Cyberwaffle, I've seen a few of his other videos. He's talking about apparently Keir Starmer loses privacy battle over encryption. So I believe this has to do with the Apple battle they had with the advanced data protection, I think it's called. Basically, the idea is that it's a BYOK, bring your own key, that you essentially have access to your own keys, and Apple doesn't even have access to it for your iCloud. Because what a lot of law enforcement was able to do for a while was get your backups, restore your backups to any device they wanted, because Apple, you were using Apple's key, whereas you use BYOK, may not be the proper term for this because there's a little bit of different nuance with BYOK where you're actually bringing your own keys. Anyway, they don't have access to the keys. So law enforcement was kind of effed in that way, and the UK was all pissy about this. And this is why This combined with the UK Online Safety Act proves to me this isn't about protecting the children. Because this isn't about protecting the children if you're going after this. It's just they're using protecting the children as a smokescreen to be able to go in and basically go behind and just basically go, gotcha, bitch! Yeah, so this is Cyber Waffle. We've watched a few of his videos. Overall, he's had pretty good content, although I've had to, pause a few of his videos to give some context and additional things, and I definitely know that he's going to be bringing up private internet access on this, and if you've seen my content before, you know I have issues with private internet access. I used to be a customer of theirs, but when Cape Technologies bought them, they went... The Cape Technologies is just really shady of a company. There has already been written info on backdoors if necessary. Yeah, there's tons of little backdoors that are out there, but without further ado, let's continue on with this video and see what he has to say.
So for the past 6 months, the UK government has been requesting encrypted data from both WhatsApp and Apple. Now, of course, WhatsApp and Apple encrypt our text messages, our images, etc. So they can't even access it themselves.
Right.
So the UK government then went back to Apple and WhatsApp and basically requested a backdoor into their encryption system so they could decrypt and access our iCloud, our text messages, our WhatsApp messages, and pretty much go through the contents of our phones without us knowing. Now, when the UK government approached Apple with this, they essentially said to them, you can't tell anyone. They launched a gag order against them, and the only reason we know about this right now is because Apple and WhatsApp legally took on the UK government and basically fought them with their own arguments.
Right.
The stuff we're about to go through is insanely interesting.
This goes back to the FIPS 185 escrow key
in the UK government
discussions I've had in the past.
Rivals the Online Safety Act, and that's saying something. So I need to give you all the beginning context for all of this because it's very important. When the UK was part of the EU, we had something called GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. This means that when you go to a website, as a user, you need to be told what data is being collected from you. That's why for most countries in Europe, when you go to a website, you need to accept the cookies policy, accept data policies, or reject them, or whatever it might be.
And if you've listened to me, I've been saying the US needs GDPR for years.
About us. Now, when we left the EU, Britain took on its own version of that, and it's essentially called the UK GDPR. And it's pretty much essentially the same rules. There's a few little differences, but overall, it's the same thing. And part of the UK GDPR basically means that when we download an app on our phone, if it's accessing our photo albums, it needs to tell us and we need to accept permission. The same thing applies to websites. If a website's collecting, for example, our traffic data, how we visited or landed on their website, they need to tell us and we need to be made aware of it. Now, the UK government approached Apple and WhatsApp and said to them, we need a backdoor access to iCloud and, of course, all of your users' text messages, photo albums. Basically, we need to be able to get inside anyone's iPhone. We want to. And Apple and WhatsApp basically laughed and said, are you serious? Of course, they refused to do it. And they actually started pulling features from the UK market as a form of protest, but also they weren't going to comply with the UK law. Rightfully so. So this led to both Apple and WhatsApp basically going head-to-head with the UK government and presenting a legal case against the UK government, which stated that what they were requesting of Apple and WhatsApp was directly against their own UK GDPR laws. And it's not a way, it's not a grey area. Asking WhatsApp and Apple to not tell its users that they're sending the data to the UK government is absolutely...
And this is the same argument with EU chat control and GDPR there.
Some really good news, some amazing news. But before we get into that, a big thank you to private internet access.
Called it!
For a VPN that doesn't keep logs, allows you to remain private online, and allows you to access content from other...
Okay, we're just going to skip through this. You know, private internet access. I already had my spiel beforehand about Cape Technologies and how they're kind of shady with things. They used to be a great company, then Cape Technologies bought them, yada, 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 yada. Anyway... Moving on. The government drops Apple encryption backdoor plans after consultation with US leaders. The UK government has dropped its controversial... No hate to the creator at all. I know he has to get his bag, but Apple's cloud storage I have an obligation to my audience as well. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. The decision reportedly came after months of consultation between UK officials, including direct involvement by US President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. Hold up. This is a complete 180 for the US because if you remember a few years ago, the FBI was asking Apple to do the exact same thing. And I'm sorry for pausing this video, but we need to talk about this for a second. The FBI, many years ago, not even that many years ago, I think it was actually during the Trump administration, the first time, if I recall, was actually asking for the same things the UK is trying to do now. And the FBI only changed their tune not even that long ago when Salt Typhoon backdoored major telecom networks in the US by taking advantage of their legal wiretap systems. And the FBI, as well as CISA, had to come out in a joint statement urging everyday Americans to use end-to-end encrypted apps like Signal because your communications could be backdoored. It is interesting to see the US government completely flip around and now be telling the UK what we've been saying in the cybersecurity community and is now backing Apple and their privacy technologies. Now, is the US going to stay on this path? I highly doubt it, because unfortunately we got a lot of ignorant people at the top that still believe in this fallacy of if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. And there's a lot of people I see, not a lot, but quite a few people I see in my own comments of my content, especially over on TikTok, that don't seem to see the problem there. And my response to those people that are going to see this video is, if you have no problem with it, take all of your messages from every single platform and post all your messages publicly. Let everyone see every discussion you've had. Sure, you may have nothing to hide, but I'm sure you don't want those conversations to be public. And that's essentially what you're asking the government to be allowed to do. Continuing on.
Direct involvement by US President Donald Trump and Vice President JD Vance. The UK government and Apple are yet to publicly comment on the matter.
I need to get an allergy pill after this. My
Apple
allergies are
court order
crazy.
by the UK government that prevented it from disclosing encryption backdoor order, with the issue only coming to light with it opting to pull its advanced data protection feature from the UK market and requesting its legal right to review the order by the Investigatory Powers Tribunal, the IPT. The feature was removed there in February of this year, and as of now, there's no indication of when it will return. So I did say there was good news. There's also a little bit of bad news. So you may not know, at the moment with Apple, your iCloud storage and all of your data isn't at the moment encrypted. It used to be, but in February of this year, it's not. However, I do believe it will come back. The UK government has dropped its entire fight with Apple and WhatsApp, and the main reason for this,
I believe it's still encrypted on the US side.
This is based on numerous people I spoke to.
I could be wrong.
Government and also in the tech space, is that the UK government can't be fighting this publicly. The optics of this, the fact that they're fighting to access our encrypted data, is just going to get louder and louder.
It's the same battle the FBI had, and it made the FBI look bad.
With everything that's happening in the UK, with all of the controversy that's going on at the moment, this is the last thing that the UK government need, to basically be putting out a public order, because that's the next stage of them fighting this, would be a public order, of them requiring UK citizens to basically give full access to the contents of their phones to the UK government. Now, at the moment, the UK government can access the majority of what's on your phone because there is no encryption order in place. And the UK government actually still reserves the right to access all of the data in your phone without legal precedent. I see many videos on social media where people saying that you don't have to hand over your phone, and even if with a court order, you don't have, you do. With a court order, you do have to hand over the contents of your phone to the UK government at present.
In the USA, we have stronger laws around that.
On the basis that other companies start...
USA may have a lot of issues, but that is one issue we're stronger on.
As you've seen in that article, the US government had to get involved in protecting our private data, but also protecting their own interests. WhatsApp and Apple are American companies, and essentially Apple and WhatsApp went to the US government and said, we need your help to fight this. Now, Apple is $1 trillion business, and they couldn't take on the UK government by themselves. What we really need to start seeing from especially the US market at the moment is all of these big tech companies forming an alliance together for the protection of their users. Now, this is such a weird thing for me to say because big tech, 9 times out of 10, is the enemy. But At the moment,
Will they
the
do
enemy
it in the
my
benefit of the
mind is my
user?
friend.
Highly doubt
We
it.
need big tech to fight this battle for us. To be clear, in cases of the Online Safety Act, in a matter of weeks, 500,000 people signed that petition and the UK government just said, nah, we're not planning on changing it. With things like backdoors into encryption on our devices, that's going to be an even harder battle to fight. Because once the UK government get comfortable being able to access all of this information, they're going to fight 10 times harder to let it go. It basically makes their surveillance jobs so easy. Rather than finding a suspect and then finding evidence of the crime, they treat everyone like a suspect to find the crime.
Yep.
And that is where we become, and I say it every single video at this point, but that's where we become China or Russia or 1980s Soviet Union, but with technology. This is where we really have to start taking seriously the ramifications of what the UK government is actually doing. And I'm fully up for catching terrorists, for catching predators on the internet. I'm
okay with that too.
But treating everyone like a terrorist and everyone like a nonce is not the answer to get the desired
Agreed.
result. Now,
Exactly on that.
WhatsApp, at the moment, they have their backup. They are very worried about this, and that's why they went to the US government. They have won this battle, but I know it's cringe as fuck, but it's just the battle, and the war is still absolutely huge against our privacy. The UK government's doing anything within its power to be able to basically restrict our freedoms as citizens, because it's way easier to control the narrative and control the people. And by the way, when I say control the people, I don't mean like control what we think. It's not about controlling what we think. I don't think they're actually policing our thoughts. What they're doing is making sure that we're scared to voice our thoughts. Give it.
Yeah, it's like V for Vendetta.
Bad thoughts would be jail time. We need to start to see a coalition of all of these major tech companies coming together and fighting these battles on behalf of us, the British citizens. And I don't care why they fight it. If they fight it to protect their tech companies, great, do it. You got our support. At the end of the day, we need companies that will do something that the byproduct of that is protecting our internet privacy. Because yes, VPNs are fantastic. Private internet access is fantastic. I use it all the time. But it's the tip of the iceberg, and it's a reactive measure to a dystopian rule. We need to get rid of the dystopian rule so VPNs can be used at leisure, not out of necessity. Regardless, for me, I'll always use a VPN. I'll also use an encrypted server in my house just because of what I do for a living. I speak out against the government, and I like to remain relatively anonymous as possible. There's no such thing as being 100% anonymous, especially in the world that we live in today, but we can at least take measures to prevent corporations and governments from taking that ability and freedom away from us and allow us to be the decision maker of where we hand out our personal information. I've been talking recently to a lot of like data protection companies, things like privacy brokers, and I've been talking to loads of different companies, not just about like brand deal stuff, but to get an understanding of the problems that they face. And I'm working on a kind of mega video at the moment, which shows that at the moment, we're in a spot where we can do something about it. Give it 6 months, it's too late. Once certain laws have been passed in the UK, especially when it comes to data protection laws and laws about the government accessing our data, they usually introduce a 2-year mandate, a 24-month mandate, which means that that law can't be reversed within 24 months because it's signed into UK law, not signed to a government, but signed to the actual country, where it has to be tested and data be collected on the efficacy of it and how well it worked and if it was efficient to do before they overturn the law. We are now seeing laws being passed.
That's interesting they do that in the UK.
The past couple of months.
In the US, we're just like, nope.
And it is not going to get better unless big tech companies fight on our behalf. I know I get quite passionate talking about these things on the channel. I understand that you guys watching understand this fully. I understand that you understand the ramifications of this, but I'm not trying to appeal to you guys watching right now. I'm trying to appeal to that one person that finds my video that doesn't realize how their data is being utilized to absolutely bastardize our privacy. We have rights. And yes, it's not like we're getting tortured in a chamber somewhere. Of course we're not. But the truth is, if we give an inch and give an inch and give an inch, month over month, over month, over month, we've given everything. As it is,
it's called if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Now, but I've grown up with the internet. I've become okay with ad tracking. At least I'm seeing adverts that appeal to me. And I understand if the service is free, for the most part, there's going to be a benefit to the company, whether they can upmarket you or whether they can show you ads.
Well, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product.
To live with the internet. But that's not the same thing as handing over our passports. That's not the same thing as giving the government access to our text messages. There is a line, and we need to establish that line. What data is considered personal to us? What data is considered too far? And we, as users of these platforms, need to be able to say, no, that piece of information will not be given to any government because I don't want to. And at the moment, we don't have a say in that. And that's fucking terrifying. Make sure to
Yep.
check out private internet access using the QR code up there or the link down below.
Again,
It's
Cape
a form of free
Technologies,
86
don't really
cents off
endorse
and a
this
massive thank you
VPN
for
as a
watching
former
this video.
customer.
Hopefully things get better.
No hate to this creator. I know he's got to get his bag, but yeah.
Imagine being a
Yeah. So basically what's been going on in the UK, I mean, it's definitely an effed situation for them, but to the point of, who was it that said in the chat? Wandering Pickle, people should not be afraid of their government, government should be afraid of their people. I totally agree with that sentiment, and that's how you derive a just government. And it's absolutely insane, by the way, that, the UK is actually trying to get 4chan and Kiwi Farms, again, not particularly a fan of these companies, but they're trying to get them fined under the United Kingdom Online Safety Act and charging them like £26,000 a day or £20,000 a day for non-compliance. These are companies that do not have a presence in the UK for their business. If they have UK customers, I mean, yeah, they're coming onto US servers, and they're actually in the middle of suing the UK government. That just shows us how out of touch the UK is, that they completely forgot we fought a freaking war over the UK trying to tell us what we could say, what we could do, and tax us without representation. That's just how out of touch the UK is. So, whether or not that I like 4chan or Kiwi Farms, that is a huge issue. And what they're merely doing is they're doing this as a fringe test, because they're looking at basically tipping the small domino. You ever seen that meme where, you know, you have the domino where there's a small and the larger and the larger and larger, and it gets to like this massive domino? They're trying to do that and go after what they see are their strongest cases, or at least the weakest ones, that they can then, you know, possibly steamroll over them so that they can then turn around to other companies and say, well, we got these companies to agree to it. But that tells me just how little 4chan, UK understood about these respective companies if they're going after those ones. £20,000 a day? Yes, £20,000 a day. That is not hyperbole. That is not an exaggeration. That is the number that they are trying to fine 4chan and Kiwi Farms for the United Kingdom's Online Safety Act, even though these companies are not in the United Kingdom. They are strictly on American soil. Do I agree with these companies? No, I don't care for them particularly. But I think they are in the right this time to not pay the UK. And the UK is trying to have, like Wandering Pickle is saying, it's all about power and control. The UK, in a weird way, is trying to reestablish their empire they once had where they could control the world. But they keep forgetting the empire has crumbled. The colonies are now on their own. And, you know, they're just a tiny little island that doesn't really have as much influence as they once had. And they're going to FAFO really fast about this. Not just from their citizenry. Because I'm pretty sure this is one of the more public issues that their citizens are in majority not in agreement with. The overall sentiment that I've been talking to, because I have friends and family that are in the UK, is there's very few people that are actually in agreement with this. They are few and far between. £20,000 per day is how much a blue whale eats. It's about $26,000 a day. Just so you know, 20,000 Great British Sterling. So yeah. Afternoon chief, currently making a physics presentation. Nice. But yeah, so the UK is kind of out of touch here. Let's go through a couple more videos before we get into the gaming section of the night. All right. So we have the weird OS built around a database. So I have not heard I've not seen this creator before, but you know, it intrigued my it intrigued me. An entire operating system built around a database. At first you had my curiosity, but now you have my interest. So let's see what they're talking about over here.
Is it a database software? An operating system? Well, it's both. Produced by Richard Pick, nicknamed Dick, yes I know. Pick OS is older than SQL, Unix, or CP/M. I've never seen anything like it, and the people who use it tend to love it to death. In today's video, we explore unique database software plus operating system. This video is brought to you by the Asianometry Patreon. So in 1965, the Army needed a data management system for a new project.
This is an old thing then.
War, and the Army was working with Lockheed on a new attack helicopter called the Cheyenne. They needed something to track the spare parts.
There's a name man named Dick Trickle.
TRW in El Segundo, perhaps most well known for leading the development of America's first ICBM. The Army's key two-feature requests for their database software at first give.
Okay, I gotta pause for a second. This reminds me of a song, I Left My Wallet in El Segundo. Have y'all ever heard that? It's an old school hip-hop song. For some reason, that just came into my mind. I left my wallet in El Segundo.
The rather drab name Parts Acquisition Data System were 1. The retrieval language had to be in English and be user-friendly for non-programmers. And 2. The software had to be able to run on hardware that was yet to be determined. They eventually put it on an IBM System 360 mainframe, but the data it drew from was hosted on a variety of different hardwares. The first guy assigned to the job was a thoughtful, forward-thinking programmer named Don Nelson, not the basketball coach. Nelson was soon joined by an outgoing Berkeley MBA graduate named Richard Pick. The two produced a database software that they cheekily
His name is
called
Dick Pick.
Generalized Information Retrieval Language System, or GIRLS. The Army, however, had no sense of humor about such things and rechanged the name to Generalized Information Management, or GEM. As documented in a 1967 technical paper, GEM 1 feels ahead of its time. Its key feature was an Englishy prose-like query language, and this was achieved using data dictionaries through which domain experts can customize the database's vocabulary. Each query goes through the dictionaries, letting users write queries that are like: list the title, author, and abstract of every transportation system reference with the principal city Los Angeles and the ground effect machines AVC-1 or hovercraft.
Interesting.
The dictionaries also allow GEM to be quite flexible. As needs crop up, you can add new items.
This was very ahead of its time, if it could do that.
It reminds me of today's NoSQL databases like MongoDB, and indeed, I think they are a pioneer in that area. And as for the Army's hardware independence requirement, Nelson and Pick programmed GEM to run in a virtual software environment separate from whatever its hardware had. In other words, a virtual machine.
Wow.
TRW delivered the software in 1969 to some acclaim.
You know what's interesting? I have to pause for a second. TRW? My dad actually worked for that company. My dad actually worked for them. TRW is like the predecessor to like a lot of the credit bureau firms that you have today. They're defunct now, but that was just kind of interesting. My dad worked for them before, I think when I was like still a little kid. But yeah, that's really interesting. It just came out of my head. I just realized that.
But the larger project was in trouble. Lockheed struggled to deliver the Cheyenne helicopter, causing one fatal crash. With U.S. involvement in Vietnam winding down, the U.S. Army canceled the production contract in 1969. Unfortunately for TRW, they did not copyright or protect GEM. It's debatable, though, whether they could have, since it was funded with taxpayer dollars. Pick, anyway, believed that this released GIRLS/GEM into the public domain, so he took GEM and left TRW to start a business called Pick & Associates. After bouncing around a bit, Pick eventually licensed his code to a mini-computer company in Irvine, California called Microdata Corporation. Microdata used it for their new line of reality mini-computers in 1973. The business-oriented mini-computers were for typical business and accounting stuff. Nothing too special, except many users praised the computer's exceptionally strong file management software called English, all caps, which of course was the GEM database software. English uses the aforementioned dictionaries so that users can retrieve data using verbs, attributes, and selection criteria. One user said, "The biggest advantage is being able to use English. You can't beat it." In 1976, PIC left Microdata. The reason being that PIC wanted exclusive control of the OS and was seeking to port it to other hardware.
Okay.
Conflict boiled over when it was discovered that PIC had taken software with him out of the building.
Ooh.
Microdata promptly sued PIC for stealing trade secrets, and the latter countersued. After a little dance, the two settled out of court in 1981 with shared custody. Microdata kept the Reality brand, and PIC had the rights to a PIC OS. Richard PIC at first wanted to sell his own hardware system. He even commissioned the French company Intertechnique to make boards for what he called the Evolution computer system. But selling that turned out to be too hard.
Yeah.
So in 1980, he sold
It was
off
a very
the Evolution
saturated
system
market
to
back
focus
then.
on licensing the OS to hardware makers. I believe Evolution became its own company. In a magazine interview, Dick said, "I sold Evolution because it doesn't seem to make much sense for us to be directly in the hardware business, since we license so many people on the software for them to sell the hardware.
I mean, Microsoft did the same thought.
To be competing
Make
with
more money on the
licensees,
software than the
so we made
hardware.
a decision to get completely out of the hardware and be the developers of the basic system." The first PIC OS licensee was the computer company Honeywell, which put them in their Honeywell Ultimate system. The OS's good performance there led to more ports in the early 1980s. Since 95% of the PIC OS needed no knowledge of its hardware, porting to new hardware was very easy. And as for Microdata,
It was very ahead of the
they
time.
wasted a lot of time and money trying to develop a new OS to replace reality.
Because a lot of your operating
Running
systems
out
had to
of money,
know
they sold
direct knowledge
themselves
of the
to the
hardware, like
aerospace
DOS
company
and stuff.
McDonnell Douglas in 1979. The OS's core function was its database management software. Again, the key strength being an English-like query language, which PIC called Access rather than English because that trade name belonged to Microdata. PIC had a unique file structure for data retrieval. Today's SQL-based relational databases keep their data in separate tables, so customers, orders, and order items information are stored in separate tables and related together using primary and secondary keys.
Right.
PIC-OS, on the other hand, organized all of its information in layers, like the circles
Ooh.
of hell in Dante's Inferno. The OS supports multiple user logins. Each user starts at the topmost system level layer, which then goes down to a layer of master dictionaries. The master dictionaries define verbs and commands for queries, and they also contain links to the next layer down, the data dictionaries.
That's
The data
interesting.
dictionaries point you to the PIC files themselves and define what information is in them: item, attribute, value, and sub-value. The whole database is very flexible, maybe too much so. For those more familiar with SQL, a PIC database management system can feel very
Is there
different.
such thing as too much of a
and maybe even
flexible
a little
database?
For example, PIC had multi-value fields. In SQL, when a customer has 3 phone numbers, you put each of those numbers in a row in a separate phone number table. They can be linked to the customer via a foreign key.
Yeah, this would be totally different if this outcompeted Microsoft and a lot of their
If the customer
stuff.
has 3 phone numbers, it can store all 3 in one value field as a single line of ASCII text. The system uses a special character like a right square bracket or a comma to separate them. Yes, PIC fundamentally stores everything, dates, numbers, whatever, as ASCII text strings. If you want to add together 2 pieces of stored data, PIC converts them to numbers at runtime. Is that safe? Who knows? Any value checks, like those to prevent from inserting a word into a dollar field, have to be implemented by the programmer. That
okay, I can see the
variable
pros
length
and
text
cons.
string can be as long or short as you want. Literally every record in a PIC instance can be different from one another. Finally, somewhat infamously, all dates in a PIC OS system are stored in the form of days since past
Seen the
December
video
31st,
with UK picking up on
1967.
Steam? I have not.
Dick never gave a real reason why this was the case, but most presume it was because that was when the first PIC computer went online. To a SQL programmer, this all might sound odd, but there are countless instances of people who worked with PIC who loved its flexibility and sturdiness. While the query and report generator are...
There's a guy that
part
said
of
he
the
did it up
system,
until
PIC OS
2005.
also
Interesting.
included several built-in applications like a text editor, spreadsheet program, word processor, and terminal control language. Ask your great-grandparents, kids. PIC OS even offered its own programming language, a variant of BASIC called PIC Basic that let you write, compile, and run small applications. Some 2,000 to 3,000 packages were eventually made. Programmers, especially the hacker types, weren't too excited by the lack of language choice. PIC basically chose it in the late 1960s because there were no other suitable higher-level language options that managers and programmers were familiar with. But PIC Basic's greatest value was its deep database integration. Programs can access any item or information inside a PIC file, which at the time was somewhat unusual. An assistant treasurer and a major manufacturer marveled that the PIC system removed any preconceived notions that programmers held about how data can be stored and manipulated. To quote him, quote, "It had no walls," end quote.
Interesting.
Richard emphasized how his whole system was built around data management and framed most issues in the world as data management problems. I found this quote from a February 1987
I mean,
interview
that is pretty
kind of
true.
amusing. The Star Wars program is, in its simplest form, a problem in data management. The government wants to know where all the Russian warheads are, give or take a few milliseconds. This focus on easy-to-use
I think a lot of
data
kids these days
management
would
and
not
report
know
generation,
what
as well
the
as
Star
hardware
Wars program
independence,
was by Reagan.
made PIC OS systems a preferred choice for business and commercial users. It's interesting to contrast PIC OS with the famous Bell Labs operating system.
We're learning about an
Unix.
operating system
Unix
that was
built
back
as
in
a
the day,
developer's tool, with
built
all the
around
things that
databases.
developers and hackers loved, like pipes and the C
Called PIC.
programming language. Unix fans love Unix.
Right.
There might not have been as many PIC system fans, but they were just as fervent about their system. One writer said that to hear those people talk about discovering PIC OS was like listening to born-again Christians speaking of their rebirth. One vendor said, "If the phone company owned
PIC.
the PIC system, there'd be no Unix." So if
That's a
PIC OS
very
was so
strong
amazing,
quote, if
then why
that's
isn't
how-
it bigger today? Why do we remember Unix and MS-DOS, but not PIC OS?
First time I've heard of it.
PIC through a few reasons. One challenge that both Unix and PIC OS faced was how to deal with its unruly ecosystem of integrators and distributors. In the early 1980s, PIC Systems' core customers were developers creating quote-unquote vertical applications, custom solutions for niche industries like funeral parlors or car dealerships. Since these licensees offered a complete solution, they sold PIC OS under their own name. For example, Applied Digital Data Systems called it Mentor, General Automation called it Zebra, Ultimate Corp, the Ultimate System, and Cosmos marketed a version called the Revelation. Licensees had no incentive to tell people that they were using PIC OS even as the base grew, and this eventually led to a Unix-like fragmentation where licensees for differentiation reasons started modifying the software for new features or specific new hardware. The rise of the IBM PC and the microcomputer should have been devastating for PIC OS, since they were previously so dependent on mini-computers. But they were lucky. They had something PC users wanted.
But they want.
PC business owners wanted to let multiple employees log into the same computer and have their own sessions via connected monitors, like time sharing from back in the day. MS-DOS, however, was strictly single user, opening the door for PIC as
I remember that as a
environment
little
to
kid.
work on shared files.
Not that
Former
old, but
programmer
early
for PIC
90s we had
Systems
DOS.
called Dennis Gallagher recalls porting the software and demonstrating how PIC let 3 users manage files with just a single PC. It astounded people. How can such a small and cheap computer be so capable? It probably had something to do with PIC OS's virtual memory system, which let PIC access disk memory as if it were RAM. Later, more powerful CPUs allowed up to 16 people to share a single PC, which is wild.
Yeah.
This became very popular and helped grow installations by 40% each year between 1982 and 1986, with accelerated growth after the PC port was introduced in 1984. By 1988, there were 130,000 PIC installations on mainframes and mini-computers, as well as 80,000 PC installs.
So why don't we know this as much?
Licensees would have loved to use this new Intel port, but PIC Systems stunned the community by withholding
Yeah, it was really ahead of its time.
and instead sold it directly to the public, putting the company in direct competition with its former customers. The conflicts between PIC Systems and its former licensees soured to the point of legal action. In December 1985, a PIC licensee called VMark announced a collaboration with AT&T to bridge Unix and PIC applications. The issue was that PIC Systems themselves were working on their own Unix collaboration with AT&T and sued VMark for copyright infringement and trade secret theft. These efforts greatly damaged the trust between PIC Systems.
So this fracturing is probably what caused the death.
As PIC entered the 1990s, reviewers started making references to the times having passed it by. Their estimated market share that year was just 3%. Even Unix had 31%. PIC struggled to move out of its B2B niche. The engineering and scientific spaces didn't need it because it lacked Unix's networking features, floating point performance, and mathematical functions.
Right.
And as for the larger retail market, like I said, most people had never heard of PIC OS before, thanks to their prior white labeling business model.
I know a lot of tech, and this is the
They
first
started
I'm
doing
hearing of
direct.
it.
They were starting from scratch, and it's not like the former licensees were going to help them. There was also the issue of the user experience. PIC OS not having a graphics user interface meant that people navigated it via the command line. This was fine back in 1969, but unacceptable post-Macintosh. Not to mention that, in 1990, Microsoft would release the Windows 3.0 GUI, which became super popular.
Still to launch it through
PIC
DOS.
Systems considered a partnership with a third party to make a GUI called Graphical PIC, or GrapPic, but that was nixed when the partners asked for a slice of every PIC OS license fee. So in the end, PIC became less of an OS and more of a standard database and productivity tool for business managers. The success of the PC integration led to another with Unix in 1989, putting the two once rivals side by side. To quote the introduction of an IDC white paper by PIC Systems,
Dick pic.
in this day of hostile takeovers and faceless corporations, it is refreshing to come upon a privately held company still based on the vision.
Am I a child? Yes.
Indeed, 25 years after he converted his dream to reality, Dick Pic remains the guiding light behind PIC Systems. A lot of promising companies have come and gone in that time, but PIC persists. Yet one can also argue that Richard deserves some blame for some of the software's lack of direction and eventual fate.
Yeah.
There's a fascinating 13-year-old Google Groups thread with a few former PIC Systems employees discussing why PIC OS never took off the way it should have. The leading post was by Jonathan Sisk, a former president of education at PIC. He wrote that Richard never wanted to be Bill Gates and take over the world, and once the company made enough to pay himself and his employees, he was content. He never took the company public, nor did he ally with a bigger company like IBM, so nobody could tell him what to do. And since he was the boss, people were afraid to tell him their actual thoughts, and
Even
just
Bill
went
Gates
along
worked with
whatever he
IBM to,
said.
get that pushed out.
So the company struggled with direction, especially in marketing, where it cycled through a bunch of VPs, including the famous Adam Osborne of Osborne Computer, who lasted a weekend. They spent a lot of money, but none of it had real impact. Dennis Gallagher, the aforementioned former programmer, recalled how Richard never respected the PC, calling it a toy computer despite the product being his company's top moneymaker. At one point, they stopped advertising it.
Oh,
I
God.
reckon that, like how it is with so many founders, Dick Pic's stubbornness
Giggity.
was simultaneously his best asset and worst failing. Before we end, I want to thank viewers Bob and Paul for putting me onto this topic. Richard Pic tragically suffered
Yeah,
a
this
stroke
was
at 19.
very ahead of its time.
Passed away shortly
Wow.
thereafter at the young age of 56. He
Very
never
young.
set up a proper will, So PIC Systems passed into his estate and never regained its mojo after that.
I can see why.
In 2000, they merged with Omnis Technology and became Raining Data Corp. Raining moved towards XML data management software and renamed themselves to Tiger Logic in 2008. 5 years later, Tiger Logic sells the PIC OS assets to a company called Rocket Software, a sort of rolled-up holding company, I think, for these legacy products. And there it remains to this day. A lot of PIC instances have been replaced in recent years as NoSQL systems have gained popularity. But I reckon a few companies out there might still be running PIC.
I wouldn't be shocked.
If you used
There's a
it
lot of
or
people with tech
programmed
debt.
for it back in the day, feel free to share in a comment below. Alright everyone, that's it for tonight. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel, sign up for the Patreon, and I'll see you guys next time.
Ah, that was interesting. That was definitely an interesting. Linux programmed in Rust yet? I mean, there are people trying to do it. The tool that I actually was talking about in my recent YouTube video, that was to hunt stingrays, that's written in Rust. But we're going to take a quick bio break for a second. I need to go grab an allergy pill as well. So I'll be back in about a minute and a half. There's just going to be a BRB screen. Yeah, first time hearing about PIC OS for me as well. So quick bio break. I just got to hit the head, grab an allergy pill, and then we will be back. All right, we are back. Just took an allergy pill. Hopefully that'll fix my nose. So let's get one more video before we get into the gaming on Linux section. There's a couple more videos, but I mean, I got a few more videos in this playlist, but I want to save some for tomorrow's stream. So, because we still got a longer stream as well for Labor Day. So, this one, this video right here, is why Pixar made their own 3D software, which it's kind of interesting that they apparently made their own thing. Not familiar with this creator here. First time seeing it, but it was definitely an interesting enough topic that I'm like, I want to learn about that. So we'll see what they're talking about here. And
if you've ever made a 3D animation before, or did some 3D work, you know the names of the most popular 3D animation software, like Maya, Max, Blender, Houdini, and so on. These are the software you expect to find in studio pipelines. But here's the interesting thing. Big animation studios like Pixar don't rely entirely on the same commercial software that everyone else is using. They use them, but at least not as the flagship animation software. In 2012, with the release of the movie called Brave, Pixar quietly rolled out a new in-house animation software called Presto. It wasn't a plugin, and it wasn't an upgrade to their old software. It was a complete rewrite of their core animation system for the first time in 25 years.
Interesting.
It's strange how every Pixar film has been animated since then.
That explains so much.
Since we have capable software such as Maya. And how did they make a software more capable than Maya itself and other software? Or did they? When dealing with 3D assets, different formats, versions, clients, and teams, it is easy to lose track. In gaming, for instance, building assets and characters across a whole team is so hard to keep track of, and it costs time and money. Imagine sending the same files again and again, zipping and uploading between animators, VFX artists, compositors, and so on.
Right.
Blueberry is basically a way to avoid that, especially for teams. It runs natively in the browser, and it lets you preview, organize, and share 3D files instantly.
Makes sense, but those files can be heavy. Interesting.
It has an AI-powered search engine, so you can look up assets even with just a description. There's also a built-in versioning to easily track changes and share it with whoever without needing to upload it again. So avoid the mess, save time, and cost by using Blueberry AI. It is built for teams, but there is a freemium version for solo artists. Think of it as a Dropbox, but for 3D collaboration, equipped with a 3D
Not that I have use for it, but that looks interesting.
and organizing tools.
I'd probably tinker with Blender if I was.
Check out Blueberry right now by clicking the link in the description down below.
Oh yeah, it's an ad. But still, looks interesting.
Pixar actually used Maya for years, but not for everything. In their pipeline, Maya's role was mostly modeling, creating characters, props, and environments. Once models were built, the actual animation work happened in Pixar's proprietary system called Menvy, also known as Marionette in public interviews. Marionette has been in use from Toy Story in 1995 all the way through Toy Story 3 in 2010. Over that time, it had been adapted to handle increasingly complex films. For example, when The Incredibles needed Elastigirl's body to stretch in ways the original system couldn't handle, Pixar's engineers added that ability directly into the software. That level of customization was a big reason Pixar didn't switch entirely to Maya, or another off-the-shelf program.
Well, yeah,
See,
makes sense.
Are closed source, so you don't simply.
I do not animate that much. I used to tinker.
By the late 2000s, Marionette was built on a codebase over 2 decades old, and expanding it had become difficult, and big changes risked breaking the entire system. At the same time, Pixar's films were growing in scale. A single shot might contain billions of polygons, far beyond what most animation software could handle, especially interactively back in the day. Even without powerful workstations and high-end GPUs, animators had
I think like back in the day they had to use like SGI systems. Those were behemoths.
The real look of the shot only appeared after a render, which made animation a slower trial and error process. By the time a movie called Ratatouille wrapped up in 2007, Pixar knew that they would need a complete replacement for Marionette to handle their next generation of films.
Okay, so Maya couldn't fill the gap?
There's no doubt about that. So you might wonder why they didn't rely on it directly. Well, Pixar's demands go well beyond the average production. They needed animation tools that could show characters in millions of hairs or complex clothes in real time.
That makes sense.
Numerous scene files and allowing deep customization of rigs. Maya's rigging and deformation system is actually
SGI was used to make about every N64 game too.
Of class system for rigs. The ability to create a master rig and propagate changes to hundreds of variant characters. In addition to this, large crowd scenes or productions with many costume variations made that kind of system actually essential. Pixar also had to consider how much control they had over their own tools. You see, relying entirely on Maya for animation meant being tied to Autodesk release schedules in addition to their priorities.
Right.
Adding a new deformation method.
Same issue we have at work is, relying on tools for them to release features that we're asking for.
Complex plugins that could only go so far. In short, neither Marionette nor Maya could deliver the real-time, deeply integrated, endlessly customizable animation environment that Pixar's pipeline needed.
What kind of music do I listen to?
Right after Ratatouille,
Just about anything but country.
a multi-year project to build a new animation system from the ground up. Internally, it was called Presto, named partly after Pixar's
Mostly hip-hop, though.
magician-themed short film. The development team, led by engineers like Dirk van Gelder, spent about 5 years creating it. They even collaborated with Autodesk to ensure it worked smoothly with Maya, especially for modeling. But the goal for Presto was to become the central hub for rigging, animation, layout, and simulation. The plan was to keep the most efficient workflows from Marionette while replacing the
3D in the 90s was an absolute,
remove the technical limitations
nightmare compared to what it is today.
while also allowing the system to grow for years to come. Presto debuted in production on Brave. This meant that the film's animators, riggers, and simulation artists were using an entirely new code system, which was a big risk, but one that Pixar considered necessary.
That's interesting. I could only imagine how hard it must have been to develop an entire movie on whole new software
Saw a shift in the
and
vibe.
having bug fixes and stuff on the fly.
Collaborated with NVIDIA to make use of modern GPU processing, allowing characters to display in real time with fur, textures, shadows, and simulation data visible during animation. On Monsters University, an animator could pose Sully and see his 900,000 hairs move instantly in the viewport. This wasn't possible in Marionette or Maya at the time.
That's interesting.
It meant animators no longer had to guess how fur or cloth would look like until they saw the renders. Presto's rigging system was also redesigned. It became a class-based rig structure. This means a base rig could fit into many variations, with changes cascading automatically. For crowd scenes, the saved days or weeks of repetitive adjustments. Setup tools also improved. For example, riggers could fill a character model with a simulated volume, like jelly, to auto-generate skin weights and muscle shapes. And
what?
Rigging could automatically balance blend shapes, avoiding tedious manual tweaks. Presto also integrated closely with Pixar's in-house simulation system for cloth, hair, and muscles. Animators could see how girls or horses' muscle flags would look like while they were animating, rather than only after simulation passes. Later during
That's quite impressive.
Pixar added the Presto.
These are things you don't think about.
This tool let animators sculpt deformations directly on a character in a shot, similar to working in ZBrush, and animate those sculpt changes over time. It gave artists a direct, hands-on way to refine shapes that rig controls couldn't easily achieve.
Collaboration in USD.
Presto couldn't make multi-artist collaboration on the same scene, at least not easily. Pixar solved this by developing Universal Scene Description, or USD for short, which has since been open sourced and adopted across the whole industry. USD lets different artists work on separate layers of a scene, including animation, cameras, set dressing, in addition to other things, and then merge them non-destructively. Presto was adapted to work with
like the scene from Finding Nemo.
to improve efficiency on large productions.
That's interesting. You can see the entire scene.
Brave was Presto's first test in a feature film. The film's complex hair, cloth, and character rigs pushed the software from day one. Pixar had said the characters in Brave were the most complex they'd ever made at the time. On Monsters University, Presto's strength became even more apparent. Animators could work with multiple fully detailed characters in the same shot, with real-time shadows and simulations visible. This sped up the creative process and reduced technical surprises late in production. Also, Inside Out used Presto's capabilities to push exaggerated squash and stretch character designs while keeping everything visible in the viewport. In addition to this,
You know, I never thought about all this that goes into making these movies.
relied on the sculpting brush for ultra-precise feather animations. By 2018, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences recognized Presto with a Technical Achievement Award, noting how it had significantly increased animator productivity. I think that Pixar's investment in software such as Presto reflects an industry pattern, to be honest, which means they are facing the same problems. Studios such as DreamWorks, ILM, WhatFX, and Disney often develop proprietary tools when commercial software cannot meet the scale or specific tasks.
Oh, makes sense. They have the resources to make tools exactly for their workload.
The motivation is usually a mix of factors, like the ability to add features that they actually need right now in the moment,
Right.
and the option to design tools that integrate seamlessly with in-house renderers and asset management systems.
What I'm curious about is the in-house development process. Like when you need an issue, what that team looks like inside of the company. It's interesting.
And Disney's custom toolset for films like Frozen follow the same principle. Like Presto, they allow artists to work directly with fully detailed assets in real time, reducing uncertainty and avoiding the back and forth when it comes to testing renders. The trade-off, as you can imagine, is the high cost and complexity of developing and maintaining such software, because as I said before, Presto took 5 years of engineering and effort, and it also required constant updates from a dedicated team. But for a studio producing...
That's what I was thinking. There would probably be a dedicated team inside the company to build this.
I think the long-term benefits outweigh the investment.
Well, yeah, after a large company like that, the investment's totally worth it. If you're a smaller, independent studio, though, not so much.
Feature and short has been animated in Presto. The software continues to evolve, which is expected, with new features like machine learning-assisted posing and improved cropped animation tools, which are being previewed at industry events. Some of the technology developed alongside Presto, including USD and OpenSubdiv, has been released publicly, which I think is a good thing and a great thing for the industry at large, which means even if you don't use Presto, which is almost impossible unless you work for Pixar, you might be benefiting from it indirectly through other software. So the general consensus is that Presto isn't about replacing Maya for the sake of being different. It was about building an environment where Pixar's animators could work directly with the full complexity of their characters and scenes, without technical barriers slowing them down. And there you have it, guys. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up. Also subscribe.
That was really interesting to learn.
More videos like this. Thank you guys very much for watching.
You know, you never really think about the tools they actually use to make these things, and then it makes sense that they would actually, Chief will get Pixar copyright strike for this. Hey, look, I'm just viewing someone else's own video, so, you know, if I have an issue, they can take it right to that guy. I'm just watching his video. But yeah, this is really interesting to learn, their, you know, software requirements and tools and everything like that. And, you know, you never think about what actually all goes into, these toolkits and everything that they're doing. Really has you thinking. But yeah, alright. So, we're gonna get into our gaming on Linux segment over here. In fact, I remember breaking through a breakthrough that Silicon Graphics made around that time when they managed to embed TMMI right onto the chipset of the N64's motherboard, which allowed any developer to have access to somewhat coherent 3D graphics to mess around with. Oh yeah, those SGI machines were like really ahead of their time. I've always wanted to get my hand on an SGI machine, even though they're like from the 90s. Just because I remember hearing about them growing up, and they were like so far ahead of their time, like ridiculously ahead of the time. I think these machines back then went for like $15,000 to $30,000 a piece, but they're very rare to be able to find these days. So, yeah, definitely interesting. Yeah, it's really mind-blowing the amount of things that a lot of these studios have to go through. I think they destroyed them all. There's a few I've heard out there. I've seen some creators that actually got them. But yeah, they probably got junked for the most part due to being considered e-waste. But it's par for the course, unfortunately, of a lot of tech. You don't really see the value of it until, you know, you've already junked all of it. But now, we're going to get into our gaming on the next little part of the night. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours, which, by the way, the ISP, the new ISP, is working fantastic. We're at 0.1% frame drop, which is significantly less than the 6 to 7 we were getting on BreezeLine. So, I know a YouTube channel that will make you feel IT old. Oh god. What channel is this? And we'll definitely be going through more videos tomorrow. I just didn't want to burn out the list tonight. Because I'm going to be on stream for a longer stream as well tomorrow, because we got Labor Day and everything. But, yeah. Is this the only mission there?
But a single triumph more, and the operation is complete. The fate of this planet hangs in the balance. You must tip the scales.
Okay. Okay, so we got more of an area, uncovered.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Hey, Vampire, can you drop that into the, Discord? Okay.
Complete. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Kick the tires, light the fires. We're bringing democracy in.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty. Deploying equipment package.
I'm on it.
Thank you.
Okay, what we got here? Ammo. Pick a metal. Got some rec slips. And grenades.
Found something.
Good God, what the hell did you just blow up? Okay, where are we at?
Bugs, southwest. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Okay, let's see. We're moving on. Nope, they already got it. Where are you going?
Bugs, southeast. Bugs, southeast.
Affirmative.
Looks like I got one.
Calling down a sentry.
Tagging map, north, 200 meters.
Oh, I hear a big boy.
Requesting sentry. Dropping a pin, northwest, 50 meters.
And that's why I like me a mortar. Okay.
Tagging map, east, on my position.
What's taking you so long, bud? All right, I see the bug breach. Oh, god damn it. I just got hit by my own mortar.
I'll handle the terminal.
My life for Super Earth! Freedom has prevailed. Now head to the extraction point.
Dropping a pin. East, 100 meters.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Well, I mean, they're coming in after we pretty much just got everything cleared out, but okay.
Requesting tech pack.
How much time we got left on this mission? Oh, you got supplies over there. Nice.
Activating jump pack. Tagging map. South. Far.
Affirmative.
This map's kind of empty. Not as eventful as I would have liked. Me and my damn big mouth, huh?
Requesting sentry.
Tagging location. Southwest.
Extraction is available.
To the sky.
Interesting placement there. I guess it's gonna take care of it. Let's get going. This is definitely one of the less eventful maps. I was expecting a little bit more.
Calling in an eagle.
Thank you.
Calling down a sentry.
Going down a sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver. Outpost destroyed.
Thank you.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 100 meters. Tagging map. Southwest. Close. Close. Southwest.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Oh, come on. Did we lose one already? Alright, we're gonna need a resupply.
Throwing supply beacon.
Requesting air support.
Tagging map. Southwest. 100 meters.
Affirmative.
Ooh! It's pretty. Should have hit the stem before I picked one up, but it is what it is.
Bugs, southwest.
Fire in the hole.
Outpost clear.
Got a sample.
I guess we extract now.
Affirmative.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, we pretty much cleared this map.
Extraction is available.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Requesting sentry.
Calling in extraction. Calling down a sentry.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Okay.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 50 meters. West. Mag's empty. Have a taste of democracy.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Alright, we got a minute and a half.
Going down fortification. Calling down a sentry.
Yeah, you dropped the landmines. Where are they coming from? I mean, my mortar's picking up a lot of them from a range, so... You are right in my way.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting sentry. I'm sorry.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
I was expecting them to come more from the sides.
Pelican 1 landing in progress.
I did not know you could drop that and blow up a building. That's news.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Budget depleted.
Extraction
And we're all out.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Victory was never in doubt.
We have spread democracy. First one's on this planet. Nice. Do that a few thousand more times, we'll get this planet cleared. I wonder what my stats were, because I came in the mission a little late.
Freedom wins again.
Most shots. Most shots hit.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
What's this do? You can't really modify it that much. I don't know how I feel about the laser guns. Alright, so let's see what's going on.
FTL jump to the Hellmeyer system.
I don't know why it has you do the whole FTL, like loading up a whole new system when you end up being in the same ship and then you just drop down. So it's like, just get me to the action.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
Here? What about here?
Hellpod launch initiated.
Alright. Kick the tires, light the fires. Let's go spread some democracy. Just no one tell anyone that the U.S. don't tell the U.S. government there's oil here, or they're gonna ruin our fun. You know what's kind of funny is how many people are shocked when they're like, wait, Helldivers works on Linux? It's like worked since day 0.
Go now, Helldiver. Let our enemies take no step that is not hindered by the corpse of their comrade.
What's a Tesla tower?
Calling down support weapons.
Freedom requires firepower. Dugouts close by. Air to exterminate. Calling down a sentry.
You just lost your sentry right out the gate. Bad placement. I have like no visibility. Ah, officially got 5,000 kills. That was close. God damn.
Reinforcing. Calling in reinforcements.
Democracy has landed.
Requesting sentry.
Reloading!
Found something.
Bugs, east. Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting fortifications. Reloading!
Okay, let's get a reload out. Alright, we got ammo. How the hell did I just get stuck for a sec?
Requesting sentry.
Okay, so we got that area covered at least.
I've got this. Thank you.
Oh shit, we gotta get to that area over there. I should have had a flashlight.
Fog tunnel breach!
Okay, where are they coming from?
Calling down a sentry!
Alright, let's get that reinforced.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Requesting sentry!
I think we have to start heading to that LiDAR station.
Dropping a pin. Northeast, 100 meters.
Reloading.
Alright, I guess we're going for more bugs. Shit, I don't got another that should take care of most of it.
I'm on the terminal.
Always down a sentry. Tagging location. Tunnel free. Tagging the mine.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Just eat shit and die, damn!
Reloading.
Alright, that's cleared.
No pain, no freedom. Mag.
Calling down a sentry.
Oh, I gotta go that way. Alright, let's get moving.
Northwest.
Am I reading the comments here too? I don't know. You tell me. Alright, we got that bug nest, I guess, eliminated. Extraction's all the way up there. Where to next?
Tagging map. West, 100 meters.
Sample collected.
What's an entrenchment tool do?
Dropping a pin. North, 100 meters.
Alright, guess we're going out there. Those bugs sound pretty close. Alright, let's move up.
I'm on it.
Tagging map. Southwest, 100 meters.
Okay, we got some super credits. Oh, you want to clear out that area? Seems like a big shithole. Quiet. Too quiet.
Requesting sentry.
Bug tunnel breach! Requesting sentry! Requesting air support! Requesting sentry! Calling down the
Oh, that was a lot easier than I thought.
Sample collected.
Thank you! Injury! One injury!
God damn it.
Reinforcing!
Walked right in front of the thing. Chief shall question his Discord now too. What did you do?
Point me to the enemy.
Tagging location. Dropping a pin. Southeast, 100 meters.
In a bad placement. Okay, why did it just drop a second on the stream? I don't know what happened, that the stream just suddenly went jittery.
East, 300 meters.
Yeah, the stream just went derpy for a second. Alright, let's see. Where are we at now? Gotta hump our way around that. Jesus.
Requesting sentry.
Oh, he's out there. I don't know why he's chilling out there.
West, 50 meters. Jenny.
Bugs, south. Bug tunnel breach!
Where's that bug tunnel breach then?
Tagging location, south. Cancel that. Bugs, south.
Sick now, what's up? Are you on Twitch now? Alright, I was just clicking. I was gonna say, kind of a little focused at the moment, but I can get to that question in a sec.
Dropping a pin, northeast, 100 meters. Enemy patrol, northwest.
Crossing orbital.
Marking location, bugs, northeast.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
New mag. Reloading.
Just like you said, turns out Casual Clicks just deployed a glorious sub for Chief Geek 3D. Oh, you subbed? What's up? Hey, well, looks how you been? I don't think I've seen you in a minute. Everything good, bud? I do not know what is up with my stream quality all of a sudden.
Tagging map, west, 200 meters.
All right, let's keep going.
Tagging location, bugs. New mag. Marking location, compromised. Get some! Get some!
Getting a little bit too close.
Supplies.
All right. All right, so you are getting the satellite raised. Evac is that way. Okay, so we still got evac to go to.
Mag's empty. New mag. Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
All right. Now it's a little bit too quiet. Okay, so we're on the edge of the map. We got 15 minutes.
You have been a stalwart line of freedom. Extract when ready.
Helldivers never die.
Yeah, we do. We die all the time. I already died once this mission.
Tagging map. Southeast, 100 meters.
Nah, don't need an anti-material rifle. Yeah, you could warn somebody before you do that.
Sample collected.
Tagging location.
Tagging map. East, 300 meters. Dropping a pin. Southwest, 300 meters.
All right, I guess we're gonna go clear out some more stuff. God damn it. Freaking fell off a cliff. That shouldn't have harmed me, that fall, but it is what it is. Cool, I got my mortar back. Not that we'll probably need it until extraction. Tangerine lemonade at Wendy's is amazing. I'll take your word for it. I kind of just avoid a lot of sugary drinks these days. Okay, we're at the edge of that map.
Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters.
Orbital inbound. Bug tunnel breach.
Tagging map.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
All right. Guess it's time to get the hell out of Dodge. But where is the bug breach? I hate how, like, it brings me the overlay when I do the shift and I just can't, like, hold it down. I gotta let go when doing that. Oh, they're shooting me with little stamina shots. That's nice.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Shit. I got turned around.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry. Requesting orbital.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Okay. Alright, where's the bug breach?
Bug tunnel breach.
Oh, the bug breach is back there. I guess I'll get some defenses set up back here. Alright. Let's get a mortar landed over here.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
What the hell?
Reinforcing.
How did that happen?
Calling in reinforcements.
I just tried using the Tesla tower and then it just like, oh. I think I know how that works now.
Extraction Request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. Deploying equipment package.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Marking location.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Too quiet.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
This extraction was a little bit too easy. I was expecting a little bit more fight.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Requesting air support.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown. Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Made it out right before the bugs were coming up.
Prevails once more.
I haven't played this game in about a year. It is kind of fun, but you can see how it gets kind of repetitive after a while. But I guess it's more fun to play with buddies, too. Oh, 3 stars. Outstanding patriotism.
That should help keep the bug population in check.
Least accidentals. 211 kills. Not too bad.
Always good to have another hero on board.
So what I'm curious about is... the comms... Open voice chat, request reinforcement, mark, open comms wheel. Oh.
Orbit synchronized.
Apparently they need to take their meds. I'll just chill in this tube.
Hellpod launch suspended.
So what do we have here? Borderline justice. A legendary war bond is needed. Requires base stratagem. I don't have that much. Did you beat Watch Dogs or just taking a break? I'm just taking a break. I can switch back to it in a little bit. I just wanted to,
Mission preparation aborted.
chill out for a little bit. I haven't played Helldivers in about a year or so, so I just got back into it because all the Xbox players are now playing. And they're getting wrecked. It's funny. You can kind of tell who's an Xbox player on the console and who's on PC. I don't know. There's just something you can tell about, like, PC players. They just react a little bit better, in my opinion.
This operation would strike a mighty blow against the enemy.
Feeding FTL jump to the Fori system.
They're level 103, so they've been playing this for a minute. 'Cause I only got to level 13.
Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
They bring in 2 encampments, a mortar.
Launch initiated.
Let our enemies choke upon their territorial ambitions.
Support weapon inbound.
Dropping a pin. North, 100 meters.
Affirmative.
Alright, come on, let's go. On the road again. I can't wait to be on the road again.
way!
Fire in the hole!
Supplies.
Alright, where are we at?
Dropping a pin. West.
Affirmative.
I hear bugs.
Bugs. North. Objective locate. Cancel that.
Requesting sentry.
Bugs. West. Calling down a sentry. Reloading.
Requesting sentry.
That's called democracy.
Me and my ass running to the danger.
Thank you.
Alright, let's see. Where do we need to go to now?
Calling in an eagle.
Thought this was the objective, but I guess not.
Sample collected.
Keeping my head on a swivel because I keep hearing those bug noises.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Bugs. West.
Come on, get some.
Reloading. Sample.
Got a sample. Tagging map, east, 100 meters.
Where are you going?
Calling down a sentry.
Bugs, southwest. My life for Super!
Did not mean to use my stim. Alright, but let's get moving. Where are you heading to? Are you trying to go there? Alright, let's see. We need to go...
Calling in an eagle.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Alright, so...
There's something here.
Man, I just want to get the mission taken care of. Alright, let's move on. We still gotta kill a bunch of bugs, I guess. 3/4 of our way. Moving on.
Woo, a little shot of liberty.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Found something.
The hell did you find now? All these weird random points. I just want to freaking get the probe deployed. Be an alien probing others' asses.
North. How about a nice cup of liberty? Get some! Get some!
Alright, now we gotta hump our way up this mountain. Ooh, that was close.
Reloading. Sample collected.
Objective located.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Powering down objective equipment.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
I'm on the terminal. Requesting sentry. On tunnel breach.
Objective complete.
I knew that seismic probe was gonna do that.
Thank you.
Making progress.
There we go.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 100 meters.
Affirmative.
Kick ass. I can save money now and there. Won't get getting money in the daytime, even count it when I sleep. Wake up to getting bread, bitch. I do this for the streets. ADHD.
Thank you for that sub there, Seeknay. Appreciate you. Weird.
Reloading.
Requesting sentry.
I'll handle the terminal.
Calling down a sentry. A little shot of liberty.
Still got 40 seconds till I can actually do a,
Tagging location. Northwest. Another sample selected for destruction.
Alright, where are we at?
I'm on the terminal. First one. West.
Objective located.
I'm on it.
Negative.
I'll handle the terminal.
Alright, I gotta do 180 on that.
I'm on it.
Moving, moving, moving.
I'm on the terminal. Thank you.
Requesting sentry.
located.
Alright, motion sensors. No, this is Helldivers 2.
Objective located.
I'm on the terminal.
You've done your duty. You may extract with honor.
Tagging map. West. Far.
Alright. Let's see. How far of a ways do we gotta go? Gotta hump across this map. That water looks like it's filled with iron. It's also steaming, so I should probably avoid it.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Alright, let's see. Where do we need to go?
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters.
There's something here.
Calling down a sentry.
Come on and go have some fun, Mortar.
Found something.
Tagging location. Bugs. Marking location. Never mind.
Affirmative.
Waiting for my backup because I'm a little bit out of my depth. Would you quit fucking around over there? Do you not see that we're trying to get some over here?
That's called democracy! Bugs. North.
Okay, come on.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Extraction is available.
Throwing grenade.
Bug outpost destroyed.
Phew. Got a sample.
Tagging map. South. Far.
Wish we had vehicles. But I think I need to get higher level before I can get that. Keep shooting with my stamina boosters. You just miss me?
Extraction is available.
Alright, we're almost there.
Tagging location. Enemy patrol. Southwest. Fire in the hole!
Outpost clear.
Dropping a pin. East, 200 meters.
Affirmative.
Alright,
Tagging map.
got about a quarter of a click to go.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Alright, let's see. Where are we going now?
Requesting sentry.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Alright, I'm not seeing any tremors.
Sentry. Northwest.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Calling down fortifications.
Calling down fortifications.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
How the hell is this the easiest extractions I've had in the game so far?
Marking location.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Tagging location.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1, landing in progress. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1.
Cool.
Liberty smiles upon your trail.
Let's do a couple more missions. But I think I'm gonna try doing it solo. He had an impact of 1.
Another victory over the Terminid Scourge.
I had the most shots fired and shots hit. That's something.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. Now that you're here.
Okay, I can level up my gun, I guess, a little bit. improve weapon stability. Okay. Let's get another mission going.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
Let's see if I can solo this.
Orbit synchronized. Hellpod launch initiated.
All right. Let's go. Don't forget to take breaks. That is if you want to be remembered as a coward.
History will remember your deeds this day.
Sending down equipment package. Deploying support weapon. Objective critical stratagem available. Sending down sentry. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Did I just F up my, Yeah, I did. God damn it.
Deploying weapon emplacement.
Prosperity!
All right.
One step closer to mission completion.
Tagging map.
Now we gotta hump our way all the way out here. Tremors are slowing me down. All right, come on.
Found something.
May as well load up my ammo. I don't got 2 people, so... Oh. Just in the nick of time. Looks like they're joining, so I can probably get them to open this door. Looks like they're dropping in now. Computer's taking a while to load for them, huh?
Allied destroyer joining
There we go.
deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
I'm on it. Dropping a pin, northeast, 200 meters.
Alright, let's get to the little bug nest we got up there. Oh, we got a 3rd person dropping in. It's one thing I like about this game is that, you know, people can find each other.
Orbital incoming.
New mag.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Bro! That's a little too close.
Going down a support weapon. Rushing advanced weaponry.
Bro, you almost got in the line of my fire.
Tagging map. South. Far. Tagging location. Cancel that. Supplies. Sample collected. Bugs. Southeast.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining. Sub-objective near your location.
Okay, we gotta activate the terminal.
Get some! Get some!
Okay, we're moving through.
Calling in orbital strike. I'm on it.
Where the hell's the terminal? Need someone on the terminal. I'm by the tower.
Sending in an eagle.
God damn, this guy does not know how to actually, watch for friendly fire.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Reloading. Calling down a sentry.
And by the antenna if someone wants to tell me what to turn.
I'm on the terminal. I'm on the terminal.
Okay, you're on the terminal, but are you pressing the buttons?
You have accomplished Liberty's will. Extract at your discretion.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 300 meters.
Marking location. Northwest.
No pain, no freedom.
No pain, no freedom.
Tagging map. West, 200 meters.
Alright. We gotta hump our way south. And let's keep going.
Extraction is available.
Dropping a pin. South, 100 meters. Requesting orbital. Tagging location. Never mind. Port weapon. Cancel that. North. Tagging location. Never mind. Requesting sentry. Dropping a pin. Southeast. Close.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Say hello to democracy!
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Oh, come on. Try not to get shot by my own laser.
Freedom never rests! Never die! Reinforcing! How'd you like the taste of freedom? Point me to the enemy. Reloading! Get some! Get some! Reloading! Requesting air support!
It's kind of a waste for that one dude.
Calling down a sentry! Southeast, 100 meters.
Standing in an eagle! Requesting air support! Calling down a sentry!
Mission has 20 minutes remaining.
God damn.
Outpost cleared.
Reinforcing!
Dropping a pin, southwest, 100 meters. Democracy has landed.
Requesting air support!
Requesting sentry.
Outpost cleared.
Requesting orbital strike.
Extraction is available.
Can't see shit.
Have a taste of democracy. You calling in reinforcements.
Just what I needed, some ammo.
Bugs, west.
Outpost cleared.
Oh, we got a bug breach.
Our tunnel free. New mag. How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Extraction is available.
Got separated from my team.
Location, northeast. Never mind.
Alright, let's see. How far away am I? Not too far up the rear.
Supplies. Marking location. Cancel that. Bugs. South. Bugs. West. Tagging location.
That's definitely gonna attract. Yeah, I knew it.
Bugs. South. Reloading! Calling down a sentry!
Alright.
That's called democracy! Reloading! Bugs, southeast. Requesting fortifications! That's called democracy! Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Should have let us fortify, buddy.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Calling down fortification. Requesting sentry. Gravitation democracy. Careful.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Orbital inbound. Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Orbital inbound.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Now this is the ending I wanted last game.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. For liberty! Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Why the hell did you call it an airstrike right on where we are? God damn.
Liberty smiles upon your
That's some dumb shit. What, 2 stars, 3 stars? What are we thinking? 3 stars. Get a couple more missions in before we call it a night. Alright, let's check the stats. That dude have a bayonet on his freaking rifle? Had the most kills, most shots fired, most shots hit. 0 accidentals compared to everyone else. 22 at least friendly fire damage.
All these samples will help fund upgrades to the Super Destroyer. Logistics involved in running the
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging.
We all love Scrum and Neovim. I don't know who told you that.
Orbit synchronized. Hellpod launch suspended.
What about here?
Hellpod launch suspended.
What the hell? Why is it not clicking?
Hellpod launch suspended.
What the hell?
Here? What about here?
What the hell? Okay. Oh, I guess we were waiting for them. We all use JS for our security solutions. We're waiting on that one dude. Come on, Milky! Milk, milk, lemonade, around the corner, fudge is made. Do indeed 2000, push 2000 changes the code base at once. Sure, if you know... Oh, come on. I think we're just waiting on Milky. I will make my commits unreviewable. Y'all having an argument about Git commits? Dude, if you're not, like, ready, you know, you could just, like, tell us. That's the annoying thing about this game, is it's great that people can join you, but then, like, people jump out or do whatever, and then, like, still waiting on Milky. Dude, come on. There we go. About damn time. Filling your C01 permit before any act that could result in a child. All right. Should be dropping in about... Yep, there.
Best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
Support weapon inbound.
I found something.
Calling down a support weapon.
Oh, now you call a support weapon.
Support weapon inbound. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Okay, let's see.
Tagging map. South, 200 meters.
Favorite IDE text editor? I still use VS Code for a lot of my stuff. Call me basic.
Bugs, east.
Calling in an orbital strike.
Alright. Guess we gotta hump our way this way.
Watching air support.
God damn it.
Yes, go! Yes, go! Bug hive spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Marking location. Bugs south.
God damn it. Freaking hit me. This team ain't that good with friendly fire.
Calling in an eagle. Dropping a pin. Southwest. 100 meters.
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide your safe extraction.
Tagging map. West. 100 meters.
Bug tunnel breach.
Reinforcing.
Sending in an eagle.
Joining the threat.
Calling in reinforcements.
Have a taste of democracy.
I just kind of, messed up. Got a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity and don't know where to begin. Pen test certs. Well, if you just got your degree, I hate to be that guy to tell you, but pen testing is not the thing I would immediately go into. I know that seems like the cool thing everyone wants to do, but that is the hardest part of cybersecurity to break into. My advice, get your couple of years in IT, because cybersecurity jobs in general are going to be hard to come by. Pen test even more so, because they want to see that you're able to do that.
Like the taste of freedom.
But yeah, if you just got your degree, my advice, focus on an IT job to get your experience if you don't already, then get into blue team, and then work on red team. Certs don't really matter in the most part as much as people think. They'll get you through HR and stuff, but they don't necessarily prove that you can do what's required of the job. That's the unfortunate reality.
Requesting sentry. Calling in an eagle. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting air support. Say hello to democracy. Sending in an eagle. Have a taste of democracy.
Okay, come on.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Requesting orbital strike.
Permanent outpost purged.
Prosperity.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
The average person should dedicate time for technology, to learn technology just like they would exercise. Yep. I don't know why everyone just immediately is like, I want to go red team. And you don't know a lot of the technology that you need to call upon in red teaming. The best red teamers came from blue team because they understand the technology.
T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's improbable, as well as a lot of red teamers that come in and literally don't know anything about blue team. Basically just end up going when it comes to a lot of enterprise networking. Because you're not familiar with a lot of concepts like zero trust network access, app segmentation, inside of ZTNA, as well as, you know, just a whole bunch of things in terms of networking. I've had to give that realization to so many people that went into red team, and they're like, why can't I get a job? And I'm like, because you don't know many of the basic technologies that you're going to be pen testing. You're going to have to deal, yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. Like, I'm finally starting to shift into purple. And not only that, there are far more jobs on blue team than red team. So, like, if you're trying to get a job in cyber, red team's already hard enough as it is. And then trying to find an open position... Yeah. Hooray! I leveled up! Let's see what the stats were. Most kills, most shots fired, most shots hit.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
I almost thought you wouldn't make it. Glad I was wrong.
Helldivers across the galaxy.
Just vibe code your database.
Territory. Where will you join them?
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
One shudders to envisage what repulsive larvae gestates within the gloom.
Initiating FTL jump to the Hellmire system.
Juicy Chung 1, really? So weird talking to non-tech people who think AI legitimately will kill all devs. Oh, it's hilarious. The amount of times people are like, AI is gonna kill cybersecurity. And I'm like, no. Software-defined networking didn't kill, networking like everyone thought it would. You still have to have networkers, networking that has to program the shit. God damn it, Milky. I was like, if you weren't going to be ready, I'm going to just drop off because you were like taking a long time. I always say the calculator didn't kill math teachers. The ATM didn't kill bank tellers. The self-checkout didn't kill cashiers.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Go now. Save this planet from infestation.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver. Sending down equipment package.
Calling down support weapons.
Nothing will beat the human touch needed for 90% of jobs. Oh, absolutely. Like the people that are like, well, AI is going to kill cybersecurity jobs. No, because a lot of businesses see AI as a security threat. So they're never going to completely trust AI to do the whole thing.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Calling down a sentry.
Request approved. Deploying
Requesting sentry.
reinforcements.
Get some! Get some!
Shit, they blew up my mortar.
Freedom forever! Tagging map. Northeast. 200 meters. Dropping a pin. Southeast. 300 meters. Mag. Found something.
We don't have... Okay, come on.
Reloading! Calling down supplies. New mag.
All right, we got a few minutes left. Oh, there was ammo right there. God damn. All right, so...
South, 100 meters.
Oh, now you agree with me. We don't have that long.
How'd you like to taste of freedom? Lockout post spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Calling down a sentry!
Glad he had the same idea as me.
Get some! Get some!
We ain't gonna make it. Because they dilly-daddled a little bit too much on this.
Southeast, 100 meters. Affirmative.
This is gonna be a tight one.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction shuttle deployed. Reinforcement budget depleted.
galactic liberation. You may extract when ready.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
It's gonna be a tight one.
Tagging map, north, 200 meters.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Okay, I made it.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Shit, I got no stratagems.
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds. ETA, T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Looks clear.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Just in the nick of time.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Oh, good God. You just killed him right before he started. What the hell?
Victory was never in doubt.
Ah. Probably a 2-star. Yep, 2 stars. Let's see. I got the most kills.
That should help keep the bug population in check.
Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Let's get going.
Orbit synchronized.
Here? What about here? Here? What about here? What about here?
This may possibly be the last mission for the night, because I am going to probably go to bed a little bit earlier than usual, because I have been on stream for 6 hours, because it's, you know, Sunday before Labor Day. And then tomorrow I'll be on stream a little earlier as well, because it's Labor Day and I'm not working. So, yeah. We got plenty of videos to, you know, go check out and everything. So I hope y'all have been liking this mix of React content and then gaming on Linux. Woo-hoo!
Today the light of liberty will grace the skies of this world once
Attacking map.
more.
North. 100 meters. Support weapon inbound. Calling down support weapon.
Deploying equipment package.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Let's get some experience with my Liberator.
Bug tunnel breach. Sending in an eagle. Reloading. New mag. Say hello to democracy. Ah! Marking location, west.
I love my little rover.
Dropping a pin, east. 200 meters. Affirmative. Bugs, northeast. Mag's empty.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Sample pulling down a support weapon. New mag.
Objective critical
Calling down
stratagem
objective
available.
equipment.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
I'll handle the terminal. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Mag's empty. Calling down supply. Requesting advanced weaponry. I got the terminal. Reloading. Mag. Bugs, north. Tagging location. Northeast. Never mind. I'll handle the terminal. Going in an orbital strike.
A little bit of a waste, but okay.
Tagging map. North. 50 meters.
Bug outpost spotted.
Summoned outpost destroyed.
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
Oh, good. We're all in agreement. We're gonna go clear that bug outpost. Sure, streaming a while. Yeah, well, it's Labor Day weekend, so I figured I'd be a little earlier. Sundays I am trying to be on earlier because I have my community that is overseas, and several have asked me to stream a little bit earlier. And then tomorrow I'll be on earlier as well.
Found something! Supplies. West. Tagging location.
Oh, don't tell me y'all are trying to extract now. Are y'all already trying to extract?
Requesting sentry.
I'm not a fan of movie nights. Well, I have a lot of people that like it.
Bugs. Southwest. New mag. Tagging map. West. 300 meters. Tagging map. South. 300 meters. Tagging location. West.
Milky's already trying to go out.
Dropping a pin, north, 200 meters.
Mission at 30 minutes
Calling
remaining.
down supply.
All right.
Found something?
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
There's something here.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate. You man! Bug tunnel breach! Throwing grenade! Calling down a sentry! Requesting air support!
Got knocked down.
Calling down a sentry!
All right. Into the belly of the beast.
Throwing grenade!
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Fire in the hole!
Outpost destroyed.
Say hello to democracy! Reloading!
All right. We got another south.
South. Calling down a support weapon! I'm out!
Oh shit, we are surrounded.
Injury? What injury? Have a taste of democracy! Requesting sentry!
All right, we still got to push up.
For prosperity! Fire in the hole! New mag! Calling in reinforcements! Calling down supply! For my life pursuer! Freedom never sleeps!
Juicy's getting a little bit too overzealous over there.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
We still got plenty around us.
Helldivers never die. Dropping a pin, southeast. Far. Tagging map, southeast, 100 meters.
Oh, you gotta get on the heavy machine gun. Oh. That makes so much more sense now.
Sample collected. There's something here. Got a sample.
All right, let's see.
Dropping a pin, east, 300 meters.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Fire in the hole. Dropping a pin, west, 300 meters.
Oh yeah, I forget you can blow up those.
Bag's empty. Reloading. Sending in an eagle. Reinforcing. Calling in reinforcements. Tagging map. East. 300 meters. Injury? What injury? Bug tunnel breach!
Tagging map. North. 200 meters.
Freedom forever!
Oh, come on.
New mag!
Okay, come on. Let's go. Let's go.
Gotta fix this liberty-forsaken arm! Found something. Bang.
What the hell? Would you frickin' just napalm the area?
Bugs. Southeast. Bug tunnel breach!
Extraction is available.
Throwing supply beacon! Sweet liberty, my leg! Calling in reinforcements! Joining the fray. New canister. No pain, no freedom.
And this is why you don't run ahead like that, bud.
Mag's empty. Bugs.
Okay, let's see what we got.
Mag's empty. Marking location, southeast. Mag's empty. New mag. Calling in orbital strike. Mag's empty. Bug tunnel breach.
Okay, we're almost there to the nest.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Throwing supply beacon. New mag. Injury. What injury?
All right, let's get back into the fight.
Extraction is available.
Fire in the hole.
Outpost destroyed.
All right, there's a little point of interest over here.
Found something. Another sample collected with democracy. Dropping a pin. Southwest. 200 meters. Affirmative. Marking location. Affirmative.
All right, now we can extract.
Got a sample. Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Calling down fortification. Calling down fortification.
Deploying weapon emplacement.
God damn it. That was not where I wanted it to go. I wanted it to land right there. Okay, come on.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting supplies.
guys. 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
All right, come on.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Is he really crawling in?
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another sweeping victory for Super Earth.
Let's see what the stats show. We got all the objectives and everything. I think that's a 3-star. Yup. We all made it. I got the most kills by far.
Come aboard, Helldiver. A victory for democracy.
And most reinforcements, most stratagems used. Hey. Yeah, I gotta use my Liberator more. All right. I think that's a good time for me to call it a night. Thank you all for joining me, and if you haven't already, make sure to follow me on my YouTube, my Twitch, and Blue Sky, Mastodon, Kick, everything like that, as well as make sure to join my Discord and Matrix servers if you haven't already. The links are in the bio for all of you. So if you want to, join the great community, it is there. We have the Discord, we have the Matrix, we have, like I said, I've got YouTube videos that just came out as well. So there's going to be more YouTube videos coming out in the near future. For some reason, my stream is just glitching out right now of all times. Go figure. But anyway, it was great hanging out with all of you. And I look forward to doing it again tomorrow with all of you. So, yep, like I said, links are in the bio for all of my socials. And I will see you all tomorrow. I'm going to try to get back online around 3-ish or so, maybe sooner, because it is Labor Day, so I'm off. I got nothing else to do. But there also is a YouTube video up that was released today. There's another one that's going to be out tomorrow, I think. I got another one for Thursday. I'm going to edit another video about the Google blocking sideloading of Android and all of that, so that'll be coming. But thank you all. I love you all. Stay safe and happy hacking. If you're over on Twitch, stick around for the raid. Otherwise, I will see you all tomorrow or on Discord, Blue Sky, Mastodon, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, TikTok. Yeah, I think that's all of them. See ya.